Investigator Justin Lum here. It is 10:18 Pacific time in Phoenix, Arizona, and we are awaiting day 4 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Can you believe it's already been nearly a week, and we expect a big day in court today, coming off what was the most contentious moments in the courtroom yesterday as Vallow Daybell cross-examined the woman who dated Charles Vallow the night before he was shot and killed by Alex Cox. I want to thank you all for watching right now. It's a little quiet, 140 people right now, but I know that number is going to keep going up as we get into the courtroom, and you know that we are on a 30-minute delay per the judge's order. So court will begin in about 11 minutes or so, and then you guys will see everything start at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So right now we're just getting things underway and recapping as our special projects EP George Obi joins us in just a moment. Busy guy doing Fox 10 Talks. If you guys are watching our streams in the morning, also check out Fox 10 Talks, as either me or George will be on there recapping what happened yesterday. But again, right now you're looking at video from day 3. Nancy Jo Hancock snapping back at Lori Vallow Daybell, saying, "Don't flatter yourself. We didn't just talk about you," as Vallow Daybell wanted to get the specifics on her date with Charles Vallow, her then husband, who, just important to note, they were estranged at the time. And the questioning right before the lunch break nearly opened the door to a lot of stuff that has to do with what we've seen in the Idaho case. And this jury, you have to remember, does not know a lot. George, we expect to see Adam Cox and Kay Woodcock today, key witnesses, and we're talking about family. This is going to be intense.
I think this is where the jury, I know Nate told us yesterday that the juries had their eyes wide open during
Perking up.
Yes, during Nancy Jo's testimony. Of course, Christina Atwood late in the afternoon. Today, I would imagine they're going to be even wider as we start to see the close family members in Lori's circle start to take the stand and really describe what this family atmosphere was like, and, as we're going to learn, what Lori was like.
I can sort of expect what to hear from Kay Woodcock. You know, this is someone who, I mean, I would say if I said, "Do you hate Lori Vallow Daybell?" I would think we know and can expect what her answer will be. I mean, because her grandson, J.J. Vallow, is a victim of Lori Vallow Daybell in the Idaho murders. But Adam Cox, that is going to be very interesting to see as her own brother takes the stand for the first time. This reminds me of when Summer Shiflett took the stand in the first trial for Lori Vallow Daybell, her sister. And the testimony was, you know, that wasn't what was explosive. They played an exhibit, a phone call between Summer Shiflett and Lori Vallow.
Yes.
After Summer had found out that the remains found on Chad Daybell's property were JJ and Tyler, because Summer and their family, specifically her and their mother, Janice Cox, had defended Lori Vallow Daybell when the kids were missing and talked about how great of a mom she was. And I'm not surprised at that. That's your sister. You defend her. She's innocent until proven guilty. She was devastated to find out that news, obviously.
Well, and she wasn't. And in the phone call, for those of you that followed that trial, in that phone call, Summer asked her why. I mean, you're asking your own sister why, and not only why you did it, but why you didn't have the reaction that most of us who are parents would have to learning that our kids have been killed. And she had no answer. The cold and callous answer that Lori gave, I think, resonated with the jury even more so. We heard from a lot of those jury members. I think for them, that was a moment that sealed the deal for them.
That was huge. Yeah. She was in tears, and Lori didn't have much to say. I can't really remember clearly what she had to say because she didn't have much because Summer was just blowing her up and saying, "You're dancing on the beach in Hawaii getting married. Right. Your kids are in the ground."
She said what all of us were saying. Like, she said the quiet part out loud. Yeah. And again, relatable if you're a parent, right? And so the jury, a lot of parents on that jury, a lot of parents on this jury. Again, this is the personal connection that I think is really going to hold a lot of weight in this case.
And so when Adam takes a stand, I feel that the exhibit they play, maybe they don't play it for the jury. I think and yesterday Christine Atwood. This brings me back to audio. So when Christine Atwood is listening to a police interview,
Mm-hmm.
I want to assume that the jury's listening to that with her because we're not hearing it.
We're not
Right?
hearing
We're not
it.
hearing it.
Right.
We're hearing it on our headphones. Obviously, there's another audio issue yesterday, which we went over, but I would like to think that the jury is getting that exhibit and listening to that portion. And so Adam Cox's phone call and his interview with Chandler Police is very important after Charles was shot because he's telling the detective, this is what me and Charles were discussing before he walked into that house on the morning of July 11th, 2019. And this is what Lori Vallow Daybell believed for several months and beyond that, and what Alex Cox was following her on was these religious beliefs and how she believed that she was a god. And you get into, and I'm not even going to say the Mormon religion because, you know, people in the LDS Church would say we don't believe in that,
Right.
you know, being a translated being and multiple past lives. And so we don't want to offend anyone, but Adam Cox is integral in what led up to the murder, that perspective.
And this may be a great, looking at the state's case and how Trina presents it, this may be a good way to do that. When you have someone, like Adam, who maybe can ease them into this religious part and how big, religion played in everybody's, whether it was Charles, Lori, even Adam for that matter, how religion played a part in their lives, but yet how it went off the rails for someone like Lori, right? Because getting into specifics about dark spirit, light spirit, names, all of that stuff, I think great. Maybe it sets up motive, but for jurors who may not follow the LDS religion as specific as they did, maybe he can kind of ease them into it and say, look, we're very religious people. We were a very religious family, but then someone, Lori, takes a hard right or a hard left and goes in a completely different direction. I don't know if Atwood yesterday relayed that as well, because they didn't really get into her with specifics on religion. Like this whole, I mean, they talked about their meetings. She talked
group
about
meetings, bizarre group meetings,
yes,
castings, and there will be more of this. There will definitely be more of this that's introduced to the jurors. And thank you to E-Wright says, thanks for creating such a great team to comment during the breaks, etc. I hope you have more of Megan Connor. Yeah, we would like that. Megan Connor is in the courtroom, and that is someone we want to have either on the phone or via Zoom after court is over. It's a little bit harder for her. And during the lunch break, we have our panel too, and we have a great panel lined up for you today as far as our legal experts, including one new guest that we hope to have on named Susan Constantine. If you remember following our coverage last year of the Chad Daybell's capital trial, Susan Constantine is a body language expert. And Chad's body language is very he's basically sitting there, very, I'm not going to use the word stoic. He's serious. He doesn't give you a lot. Lori Vallow Daybell, she gives you a lot. And yes, we have the cameras on the back of the room, but still there are times where we get to watch Lori Vallow Daybell. She chuckles and smiles or reacts to things as she does after cross-examination. So Susan is going to help us analyze that, and she's also a jury consultant. And I think at this point in the trial, are we already starting to feel some sort of trial fatigue as if you're a juror?
Well, you certainly would have maybe after the second day with law enforcement, firefighters. I got to think though, if yesterday is an indication of where we're going, I think today, Monday, and Tuesday, especially, this is just my opinion, but when Kay takes the stand, that interaction between her and Lori will be a moment you don't want to miss.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the question. Does she cross-examine Kay Woodcock? I think that she cross-examines Adam Cox for sure.
Okay.
Adam Cox has never testified in the Idaho trial. So we talk about this door, like how much can be open, but I think she's more confident cross-examining her brother, loved that you've grown up with your whole life, someone you were so close to and loved. Yeah. But Kay has a lot of information. She has the dirt, and you have to remember, does it benefit her to cross-examine Kay Woodcock in this case? The jury doesn't know about the fate of JJ and Tylee. They don't even know who Tammy Daybell is. They don't know who Chad Daybell is. And they're wondering, they have to at this point, what happened to Tylee Ryan? What happened to JJ Bell?
And I feel like yesterday, even during Lori's cross-exam of Nancy Joe, like the elephant in the room for most of us was how hypocritical it came off from Lori's perspective, because she was already kind of, cheating on Charles.
Yeah.
Charles didn't allude to that during the date.
It was going on probably since 2018 as
Charles knew, right? I mean, he was going to confront Tammy, right? So, I mean, all of that stuff never came up in court. So the jury doesn't see that part of it. But, I don't know what angle Kay's going to take. She's already taken the stand, obviously, in one of Lori's trials. But again, it's a moment you don't want to miss. And if you're right, and she does cross-examine, I wonder if Lori had learned anything from her paralegal on how she approached Nancy Joe, and if she takes a different approach with Kay.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you know, you know. Lori met Chad October 2018, preparing a People conference. The affair started blooming, and so yes, if you know the story, then you know that was very hypocritical to ask her about her dating a married man. All right, so we want you guys to take a look at our On the Record episode from last night to get caught up. We've touched on this stuff today too, but as we wait for trial to begin for you all at 11, we'll see you in a little bit. Day 3 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial in the so-called Doomsday Mom continues to cross-examine witnesses. An intense day in the courtroom with the fiery Vallow Daybell becoming argumentative at times as prosecutors object to her line of questioning. Another key witness taking the stand, a woman who spent time with Lori's then husband Charles Vallow the night before he was shot and killed by Lori's brother. I'm Justin Lum, and we are On the Record. A contentious day in the courtroom on behalf of Lori Vallow Daybell, caused by her questioning today. We had objections upon objections for being argumentative, even harassment. Let's talk about Nancy Joe Hancock. Coming into this, we really didn't know much, except this was someone that had been in touch and in contact with Charles Vallow before he was shot and killed.
Yeah, this was, in theory, the last woman to see him alive. At least that's still here, except for maybe Lori. We learned how they met, right? We learned they met on a dating site. We learned that they had exchanged messages, had agreed to go on a date the night before. She went into some detail about how Charles described his life. She knew a little bit about what he did. She knew a little bit about his current marriage.
Personal, yeah.
Yeah. I was surprised at how much she described that Charles had opened up to her about what was going on in his life, but also surprised that she described Charles as someone who portrayed Lori as a fine person, nice woman.
Yeah, cared about her. And as far as Charles, he's chivalrous and a gentleman. And this is strange territory. So let's take everyone back to this time. This is July 10th, 2019. Charles Vallow and Nancy Joe Hancock meet for a date at the Keg in Santan Valley. For people who don't know where that is, obviously Far East Valley. And they have met on this sort of dating site, I guess, for members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But for Charles, it's complicated. He's estranged from his wife. He's been living in Houston, Texas. He's just started to reconcile the relationship and figure out navigating what is going on between him and Lori Vallow, who's taking care of JJ Vallow, and she has Tylee Ryan, and they're staying in this Chandler home that they're renting. They had previously lived in Gilbert as early as January 2019, and that's when things get bad, because Lori Vallow's beliefs are about the end of times, who she is as a light spirit, and who she is in her past life. And the jury doesn't know this, but she's already in a full-on affair with Chad Daybell. Charles doesn't really find this out until late June that she's having this affair, but he's confused. He says he's been threatened by her. He's worried that Lori and Alex are going to harm him, and he has a life insurance policy that he has changed as the beneficiary to his sister, Kay Woodcock. So even though this lady seems like a stranger, Nancy Joe, she actually knew a lot at the time.
She did, and when you go on a first date with someone, that's a lot to kind of
lot.
soak in.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they clearly had a lot to talk about. She was, nice enough to listen. She even said after dinner they went out and talked
For
next to her
45
truck.
minutes, right?
Yeah, in the parking lot. And so clearly he opened up to her quite a bit. And then again, he was describing how excited he was to be in town to go pick up JJ the next morning. By all accounts, he seemed like he was in a pretty good mood that night.
And Nancy Joe got a little bit emotional, or you could see that human nature come out when she talked about how happy Charles was to see his son, his adoptive son, 7-year-old JJ Vallow, who has special needs. He had autism, and he was going to pick him up the next day, the next morning early, and take him to school. That was the plan. He had a rental car and everything. And we know through this testimony, we know through this trial already that Lori Vallow Daybell had booked Charles a hotel that night. She's telling the jury in opening statements on Monday that things were so bad, the family dynamic between him and Tylee, that she couldn't have him in the same home, even though he's paying the rent. But things were bad, and he had to stay at a hotel. So just definitely at this point in time in July 2019, things are coming to a head. And Lori Vallow Daybell even says that via text message to Alex Cox, hence why he is there that morning. So there's a lot to unpack. And then the advice that Nancy gave Charles is to change the or not change the beneficiary, but let Lori know that you have changed the beneficiary. What do we think that would have done, though? I mean,
well, as we will probably
to notify her.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously angered and would have angered her.
Yeah. Does it stop this violence or whatever happened on that morning? It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell because the circumstances leading up to the shooting on that morning, I think, are still a little cloudy because we don't exactly know, other than what we've heard in some of the interrogation tapes that was that detectives did with Alex, with Lori, with Tylee in the days following the shooting. We don't exactly know what was said in that home.
Yeah,
right?
That is the one thing I bet anyone would want to be a fly on the wall to see, how did this go down? You have Lori, Charles, and Alex, Tylee. JJ at some point is put in the rental car of Charles. And then this fight happens. The baseball bat comes into play. Tylee leaves. Lori leaves. And it's just Alex and Charles. And Alex is sort of like the cleanup guy. We just know the facts that he didn't call 911 for 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And first responders say it doesn't seem that any CPR was done. Right. So we've gone into all of the nuts and bolts and the fundamentals of this crime scene. And so now we were getting this inside look at what was Charles's life and perspective going into this fateful day.
Yeah, Nancy Joe really is the first personal witness that we've had on the stand. The first kind of person who has a personal connection to the circle. It's a very small connection, mind you, right? She talked to this guy for maybe a week, meets him one night, has dinner, and then never hears from him again.
And she thought that, he didn't want to talk to her. And
Fair
maybe
enough.
He would have. Who knows what would have happened with their relationship, whatever that was.
And she did say that Charles had let her know that he was obviously talking to other women.
Yeah.
This was not the only woman that he was on sounds like a religious or LDS dating website. He was very forthcoming with her with all of this information, but she made it a point to say she was aware that he was still married in some capacity, and that he had been speaking to other women.
And still in love. And we know through family members that he loved Lori and just wanted her to get help and wanted everything to be back and happy again. So Lori gets her chance at cross-examination with Nancy Joe, and I don't think any of us expected this exchange. Let's listen to that.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me?
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church. Lots of things.
Okay.
So very intense moments right there. Objections by Trina K. We heard those through the end of the morning, or most of the morning, and then into the early afternoon, continuing the cross-examination. But from this, the jury is just meeting Lori Vallow Daybell now. It's been a few days.
Yeah.
Is she showing her true colors? She's representing herself, but she's not necessarily acting like how we would expect any attorney to act as far as emotions and all that.
Yeah, and we've seen throughout this 2-3 day trial now, Lori has been warned by the judge numerous times to kind of keep some of her personal comments to herself. You'll hear her sometimes, she'll ask a question, she'll get an answer, and then she'll make maybe what she thinks is under her breath comment, but clearly we can all hear it. The judge warned her yesterday after trial, look, you need to stop doing that. She apologized, wouldn't do it again. It happened a couple of times today. He had to warn her again. This is part of it. When you bring in personal witnesses to the case, you're with Lori and obviously the defendant acting as her own attorney, you're going to get some personal interaction one way or the other. And so the jury is now seeing Lori as who she is. Yeah. Right. And we've had experts tell us, people who know her well, who aren't witnesses, this is who Lori is.
Yeah, we have heard the experts, people have worked on the case. Narcissism.
Yeah.
That's the key word. I'm not saying it, but this is what has been said throughout coverage of this case, research of this case, those narcissistic features. And our legal experts talked to us during the lunch break, and I advise you guys to watch it. It's on our YouTube channel right now. They said there would be no benefit to keep Nancy Jo on the stand for cross-examination. And Lori Vallow Daybell did that, and she almost opened the door to more context and details that stem back to Idaho, that could open the door to just more about, the religious beliefs, dark spirits, light spirits, the end of times. I mean, the jury is going to get introduction, and they already have gone into that spiritual realm by way of the prosecution. But what is the benefit of trying to beat up on Nancy Jo Hancock?
Yeah, this is a woman who, as we learned in her testimony today, she learned about Charles's death 5 months later when she watched it on the news. And then she goes back on her phone and realizes, oh my God, that was the day after he and I went on a date. Like you said, she, I guess, assumed that he had ghosted her.
Yeah.
And hadn't heard from him for 5 months, only to see his face and then to learn that Lori was one of the prime suspects in his murder.
What information could she give to help Lori's defense? Like
nothing.
Said, and she didn't know much because she didn't even know if she was such an integral part of Charles's life. She would find out before December 2019 that he had been shot and killed.
Yes, and as we kind of picked up on it, because Nancy Jo came on after Detective Coons this morning, was cross-examined, and then we took a lunch break.
Yep.
And I know we were all thinking, okay, how much longer is this going to go on?
She said she had more.
Right, and even our experts are like, no more. She's not helping you. You need to end this questioning and move on, because it's only going to make it worse. And more so, not so much the testimony would make it worse. It's the
optics.
Yes.
Of how she is interacting with her,
right.
How she's treating her on the stand, and how she's asking her, is this normally what you do? Do you talk to married men?
Right. And Lori would give the perception of, I don't like this. And so, this woman's scorned attitude that, again, the jury is going to pick up on, and it's going to set the tone moving forward. This is the first personal witness for the state, and there's many more to come, as we know.
What would benefit her more is if in this testimony, if this was true, if Nancy said, you know what, Charles had a lot of bad things to say about her. He was openly cheating on her. We had been talking to each other for months and seeing each other and flying back and forth and things like that. I mean, that's just speculation, but hypothetically, that would make Charles then look like the villain. And then you couple that with Lori Vallow's narrative of that he was intimidating and threatening, and that was just ramping up into this July 11th day. But Nancy says that Charles had nothing but really good things to say. It was more concerns, hence the life insurance policy.
And we should, those of you watching, we've heard a lot about hearsay. and why what Alex told officers and detectives would not be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Charles is not under that same umbrella because he's not a co-conspirator, number one.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that he told Nancy Joe, fully admissible in there in court.
So later on in the day, we got to be introduced to Christina Atwood, who was part of this. And I say inner circle, but she wasn't like tight, and she wasn't at I guess the top tier of the group, right? It sounds like a clique, but you had Lori Vallow Daybell, you had Chad Daybell, who's on death row now, and you guys know the whole backstory there in Idaho. You have Melanie Gibb, Melanie Pulowski, Lori's niece, Zulema Pastenis, and then you have other people like Christina Atwood. Serena Sharp is a witness that's going to be called, and Alex Cox obviously being Lori's brother and the protector in this case. They had meetings.
And dating Zulema, by the way. Alex dated Zulema after
and then
this.
they get married quickly after, and then he dies.
Right.
So there's a lot there.
Yeah.
But they had this group that prayed together, and then we're going to get into the castings of dark spirits. That's what the prosecutor is going to detail. And it's good that we've gotten in the large roadmap and the preview in Idaho, Idaho trials.
Ease the jury into the religious part, because that will be, I think, one of the more confusing things for the jurors.
Yeah. So Atwood, she recalled a lot of things about how Lori had said Charles had been possessed by a dark spirit. She couldn't get the name, recall the name being Ned Schneider, that they deemed or identified Charles as. The pills being crushed and put in his drink. She said she had witnessed that. She had some concerns and issues with how Lori was acting at the time, and that sort of isolated her from the group for some time until August 2019. Let's hear Trina Kay question Atwood.
Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
So this is interesting to me because we know that whatever Alex Cox has said to witnesses is supposed to be just hearsay. And then here we have Christina Atwood confirming that she heard that he wanted to allegedly kill Charles long before this happened on July 11, 2019.
And when she was asked too, when she learned that Charles had been shot and killed, she heard it was his brother-in-law, but didn't make the connection until later that, wait, so it's Alex that did it. And then, of course, she starts piecing together what was said in the months prior and everything leading up to it. And things started falling into place for her. And that's when I think she realized we have a problem. You know what I mean? That there's an issue here, and that this is no coincidence.
And then everything unfolds, and she speaks to police. I believe they say 2022 is when they talked to her and had their interview. So, in this testimony, she listens to some of that police interview because she can't remember everything. Right. It's been a while, and it's very clear. I think it was an important testimony to have Atwood up there. It was underwhelming as far as we didn't get as much as we could have. We got direct exam. And then shocker of the day, even more shocking than the cross-examination, I think, is that Lori Vallow Daybell stayed quiet.
Yeah, like after all of that with Nancy Joe, here you have someone that you were closer to, clearly, that you had, interactions with, and you had all these little meetings and stuff, and then all of a sudden,
your teachings and about this very bizarre stuff. And we talked to Nate Eaton with East Idaho News earlier on the phone, and he says the jurors are perking up. They're perking up now because this stuff is just out of left field. Well, and I think you have to pay attention.
We talked about how dry some of the testimony was yesterday as some of the legal stuff and some of the law enforcement witnesses kind of got their testimony out of the way. I think now, as Trina Kay alluded to in her opening statements at the very beginning about the religious aspect of this crime, now the jurors are starting to understand, now we see where it's going. And again, for those that were not familiar with this case to begin with, this would, I think, interest anyone. Right. I think this is a saga that we think is relatable to a lot of people. And so as a jury, not surprised that their eyes would be wide open, especially after today's testimony.
That's 7 witnesses. And Trina Kay, very experienced. She's put in on a master class here. She got through some of that dry testimony, technical stuff by police and fire. We'll hear more from police, and we're going to see text messages and emails. But the shooting. what happened? Why is this not self-defense? How was Charles, when he was shot and killed, in what position? Indicating what the autopsy will say, and we'll get more on the autopsy from the medical examiner's office, and then now bringing in these people that were in touch with Charles, people that were talking to Lori Vallow Daybell, and showing that Alex Cox is very much an alleged co-conspirator in this, and you are going to hear Alex Cox's name a lot, and Lori can't necessarily use him at all to help her defense.
Now, this is the insight into the motive, okay? So this is the insight into the
plan and the conspiracy.
The extreme religious beliefs, the money, right? The life insurance policy, the changing of it. Yes. So this is where we get into the motive of it. And you're going to hear a lot more about not only the religion, but the what Lori's mindset was with Charles and why she wanted to get rid of him. It was about insurance money, but I think underlying tone you're going to hear a lot more about what she thought of him, again, regarding dark spirit names. And you may not hear about the kids, but you'll see the tone set that this was her and Chad's beliefs about a lot of people in their circle.
The team has to convince the jury that Lori was plotting this whole thing with Alex and Chad, even though Chad's not charged in this case, but that there was many communications on what they needed to do, even if it was spiritual. They had many details and talks about life insurance money, and that takes us back to the Idaho case of money, power, and sex. And then I would assume that we see the romantic text messages between Chad and Lori, because of that motivation that we learned in Idaho of why they wanted to be together and how much they loved each other and in love with each other, the lust and all of that. And so to set up those elements for a conspiracy there, that's what Trina K is trying to do right now. Lori Vallow Daybell is representing herself, and as we know, that is a way tough task with all the evidence that we have here. She's a convicted murderer, yet the jury doesn't know that. When did they wonder, where is JJ? Where is Tylee? Where is Alex? I don't see them in the courtroom. Are the adults going to be called to testify? What happened to them?
Yeah.
She's the only one here. Charles, in the victim's case, is dead.
So an interesting week, obviously. We have one more day this week.
Yeah.
And we heard from Nate. Again, if you haven't, Nate joined us after trial today. That's on our YouTube page. Nate Cabot gave us a preview of what we can maybe expect tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've talked to, Kay Woodcock and other people close to this case. And yeah, we know that at some point, maybe it's tomorrow on Thursday, last day of the week for trial, Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, and then Adam Cox, Lori Vallow Daybell's brother. I mean, it is going to be, all eyes will be on this exchange and how Lori, if she does choose to cross-examine them.
I would expect so.
Right? You're representing yourself.
Sure.
You're all you got, unless you want to get your attorneys involved and change your mind about all this. Kay Woodcock has been waiting for this for a long time. Adam Cox he's in the middle of all this. His brother is dead, an alleged co-conspirator in this case, and he has a lot of insight into that family intervention that they were trying to plan to help Lori. And again, it's going to be really, really unique to see. All right, so that's our recap for the day. We can keep going and going, obviously, down this rabbit hole. There's a lot to cover, but check out our YouTube channel where we've got witness testimony, we've got our stream from the day, we've got our panel of legal experts, and shout out to Cresha Easton, Kay Woodcock's daughter, that's Charles Vallow's niece, who very insightful on the family dynamic and her frustration and anger seeing all this. I encourage you guys to watch that. We'll see you next time on The Record. Good morning, Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, along with Special Projects EP George Obi. You are watching the Doomsday Murder Trial on the Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. We are just minutes away from today's court proceedings beginning. We have a little bit of a delay issue, but you guys are not missing much at all. As we begin this trial, I can tell you the eighth witness is Adam Cox, the brother of Lori Vallow Daybell. This is going to be very important. It's going to be very interesting to hear him talk about his sister and the beliefs that she had even back in 2019. So you guys, I know you guys are staying patient. I appreciate that, but trust me, you guys aren't missing much at all. In a few minutes, we'll have that up for you.
Yeah, I think, again, we talked about this is now the personal part of the trial. You're going to see Lori's brother on the stand here in just a moment. A lot of family members in the courtroom from what we're hearing, and an important part of this case now because, again, this is Lori's brother, but also this was someone who was close to Charles, right? So, this is an individual who had direct knowledge of not only their marriage, but their religious beliefs and how religion played a part, not only in their marriage, but their relationship and the rest of the family.
Yeah, and we know that there was definitely a strained relationship because, all these siblings were close. So you have Adam, you have Alex, you have Lori, you have Summer, and so people begin to choose sides. And obviously we know what side Alex had been on. And Alex was very much attached to his sister, Lori, and believed the same things that she was believing and teaching by way of Chad Daybell, because the Idaho case will tell you a lot about it too, is that Chad Daybell had basically anointed Alex as this, protector for Lori and given him some sort of purpose. Alex even moves to Rexburg, Idaho, and follows Lori and goes to the same apartment complex.
Well, and if you remember yesterday, Christina Atwood kind of set the table for all of this, where she was part of that religious inner circle, but even she kind of alluded to Lori was different direction. Like Lori was starting to say and do things, Alex as well, that they were starting to say things that was outside of the norm of what they considered part of this LDS, offshoot faith. Like Christina had mentioned that she had heard some things from Alex specifically that raised some red flags for her. And now the wheels, at least for the jury, are starting to kind of move here. And the state is now setting up their case that Lori and Alex and again Chad that they were taking things to an extreme level.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, there was a little bit of a late start to court because there's also some housekeeping handled.
Right.
The jurors didn't come in right away at 10:30, and the judge discussed during a bench conference that we couldn't hear the second trial and scheduling things like that. And we know that Monday, Tuesday, we're going to have an earlier start, about half an hour. So hopefully you guys will be having the stream at 10:30 instead of 11 because the courtroom opens up a little bit earlier and is available, so that trial will begin at 10 a.m. in real time, Pacific time, Monday and Tuesday. So very fluid. Things are happening. We're looking at the state seal right now. We're keeping track of that. So when this thing is ready to go, we'll have you guys watching that stream. But yeah, will Lori Vallow Daybell cross-examine Adam Cox? That has got to be very... I wish I could see her reaction to his questions, to his answers. I mean, in the questions by Trina K. But we'll be getting a straight-up look at Adam Cox, who has not testified in any of these trials, so that'll be interesting.
I thought that too. Like, you don't, in the grand scheme of all of this over the last couple of years, you haven't really heard a lot from him, at least not in the public view. So this is, I think, somebody who, if you're following the case, you may be interested to hear from because you haven't really heard a ton from him.
It took a while. So Adam was not really open to doing interviews in the beginning of all this turmoil, and I had tried. I've interviewed Zach Cox, his son, and it was a great interview. We have that on our channel from back in 2020. Zach Cox lived with Lori Vallow Daybell, and this is his aunt. He was very close to Tylee. They're about the same age. He was a little older than Tylee. And so it took a while for Adam Cox, who is in the broadcast industry, he used to be a radio DJ talk show host, But in the past year and a half, he has sort of come out more into the public and has a podcast now with his uncle Rex Connor, also related to Megan Connor. So this whole family now is coming out and speaking about their trauma and how they've been affected. So Adam and Rex do their thing on their show and talk about, I guess, the grief and the recovery from all of this family drama and the tragedies that happened. And Megan does her thing as well. So it's interesting to see that outlet talking to people like you all that are watching and telling those stories and being able to control their narrative and how they felt about all this at the time.
And we heard from Krusha. I mean,
Krusha does the same.
And she's got her own podcast, and so I think that's great for them to kind of process this in the public sector. There are a lot of people that have a lot of interest in this, especially
Kobe Ryan is another one.
Right,
He's there today.
Right. That's what we heard. He's in the courtroom.
Yeah, to watch his mother represent herself. That has got to be very hard for him to do this again. So yeah, right now we're seeing the judge in court. No audio yet because things are being handled. But we're getting there. 1,200 of you watching. That's pretty early to have 1,200 on.
Sure. Well, as we said, this is now the meat of the case. And you mentioned, too, there was a ruling on a dismissal hearing this morning.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so we know about the motion to dismiss the case based on the exculpatory evidence and the prosecutorial misconduct. Just today, I tweeted or posted that that's been denied. So yet another motion to dismiss, I believe the fourth motion to dismiss by Lori Vallow Daybell. Judge Boreski says that it falls woefully short from proving anything, that there's been any prosecutorial misconduct, and that the affidavit by Lonnie Dworkin, the digital forensics expert, is not saying that the state has done anything wrong. He's just saying that if we had this, it's very technical. It's that he could have more evidence now with the extraction, but we're late in the game.
Yes.
Way late in the game. He's not even a witness. He's been precluded. We've got picture up right now. Robert, what did you say? Audio. We're just waiting for audio. So there was a bit of an issue, technical issue there, but you're seeing Adam Cox on the stand testifying against his sister, Lori Vallow Daybell. So we're just watching that. This is and in the beginning, he introduces himself, tells the court how old he is, what his profession is. So we haven't even gotten into the questions yet. As the audio is going to pick back up on this in just a moment.
Yeah. Trina Kay, obviously, this is her witness. She'll start off kind of like she always does, explains to the jury, have him explain to the jury who he is, his relationship to the defendant. And, again, this is, I think, where the jury now starts to get kind of an inside look, in the window of this family structure. This would be the first close family member of Lori's.
We've had a friend
in this case.
We've had a woman that dated Charles Vallow. Adam Cox looks good. He looks healthy. I didn't know that he was actually, he's a pro pickleball player and instructor. He lives in Arizona now. He doesn't live in Kansas anymore. And now we're getting a look at him on the stand as Trina Kay prepares to really get into the meat of the questions and ask him about the family dynamics.
So like you said, it'd be interesting to see. I would assume Lori cross-examines him at some point. I mean, I guess it's not out of the norm that she wouldn't, but
How long does she go? Like, does she do what she did yesterday with Nancy Jo Hancock? Trying to basically attack the credibility.
Well, that's.
I mean, this is a key witness, though, so the credibility is there.
Yeah, and outside of, if you're a defense, if you're a defendant, where would you want this kind of testimony to go? I don't know that religion is going to play a part in a lot of what's going to be asked.
That's the number one thing, right? To have Adam on to talk about what she was saying about being a translated being and a god. That's what it would be. Because he was basically, between Adam Cox and Brandon Boudreaux, Charles Vallow was confiding in them and keeping them updated on what Lori Vallow was saying and doing, how often she was going to church.
And he, Adam, we have yet to really understand how much Adam knew about his sister's relationship with Chad. I mean, obviously they've learned a lot more since, but at the time, again, whatever Charles was saying, Charles clearly knew a lot
Charles
up until July when they
Charles was
wanted to do the
experiencing
intervention.
it all, yeah, and they wanted to plan this family intervention so that they could actually show what Lori, because Lori wasn't backing down, according to everything we know, testimony, police reports, and everything we've learned through the family, that Lori was not going to just automatically listen and be like, okay, you know what, maybe I need to take a step back and address what's going on here.
And this is all kind of as Adam is alluding to, that this is part of their religion. These kinds of interventions and the things that they try and do to bring members of their faith back into the fold. So here we are in summer of 2019, and already Lori's family members are concerned. And again, not just her, right? They're I'm sure concerned about Alex too, but more so for Lori and some of the things, that she was doing, how many times she was going to the temple, some of the teachings. I mean, the red flags are already there in July, and then of course, as we've learned later, things go really off the rails.
Did Lori and Charles
All right,
always
here we
live
go,
in
guys.
Arizona?
No.
Where else did you know them to live?
Texas and Hawaii.
Okay. We had talked about your brother Alex, or Al. Were you close with your brother Alex?
Somewhat.
Do you know where Alex was living in July of 2019? What state?
Arizona.
And can you describe your brother Alex's relationship with your sister Lori? Were they close?
I mean, I don't know if close is the word I would use growing up, but
Describe
just
for us.
normal brother-sister relationship, I guess.
As they became adults, did they continue to be close, or what do you recall of their relationship?
Yeah, over the last, I guess 4 or 5 years.
The last 4 or 5 years between them was what?
They were closer, they were close for like a year and a half, is what I remember.
Before this happened?
Yeah, they became oddly close for a while.
How about the relationship between Charles and Alex? Do you recall what that was like?
Just a normal brother-in-law relationship, I guess.
Did you ever know them to do things just the two of them?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. Did your family sort of do a lot of big family events where everyone might be together?
Yes, yeah.
Birthday meals, holidays?
Yes.
Adam, did you grow up a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
And are you still a member of that?
Yes.
At some point, was your brother Alex excommunicated?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I think he was excommunicated twice. So I'm not sure the dates or when that happened, but when he was an adult.
In 2019, was he still excommunicated to your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean to be excommunicated?
It means that you do certain things to where the church it takes away your membership from the church.
Are you able to go to temple if you're excommunicated?
No.
Is that important?
Going to the church in our faith is important, yes.
Let's talk about your relationship with Charles Vallow. Did you and Charles ever text?
Yes.
Did you and Charles ever talk on the phone?
Yes.
When Lori and Charles were married, were you aware that Charles would pay for things for the family, like cell phones?
Yeah, I heard that there's people in our family that they're on his business self plan.
Or car insurance?
Don't know about car insurance, but
You knew about the cell phones.
yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Yes.
What was it?
He sold insurance.
Okay. Did you know what kind of insurance?
No, he explained it one time, but he was doing something with school teachers or helping them with their situation.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Charles traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
Was he traveling to other states?
Yes.
And was that sort of throughout his marriage with Lori?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not your sister, Lori, worked prior to marrying Charles?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of work she did?
She was a hairstylist.
Okay. After she married Charles, did she continue to work outside the home?
At a hair salon?
Yeah.
No, not that I know of.
Was it your understanding Charles worked so she could take care of the children?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
So you were unaware of her doing any sort of outside work like she had done prior to being married to him?
Yeah, I don't know any of that.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
Just yes or no, did you ever talk to Charles about why he and Lori were having marital problems?
Yes.
You yourself personally, were you aware of Lori having any beliefs that were outside of what is accepted by the LDS religion?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were aware of that you knew to be outside the LDS religion?
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
That's something that the LDS religion supports?
I haven't heard of it that it's happened here on Earth yet.
Did you ever hear her talking about being married to someone that is relevant in your religion?
Yes, I have heard that.
Did she tell that to you?
I don't know. I can't recall her telling me that, but I remember other people telling me that.
Okay. Was there anything else that you recall her telling you that she believed that seemed outside the LDS religion?
Yes. There was a time where she told me that she had more priesthood authority than the priesthood.
And why, can you explain for us what that means, why that was significant to you?
In our religion, the men hold the priesthood, and she said that she's in a state where she's above that. Okay. I didn't quite understand it, but very strange.
Did you confront her about these beliefs?
Confront her? No.
Did you discuss with her about these beliefs?
I just let her say what she wanted to say.
Was there ever a conversation where, when she was telling you these things, where she asked if you thought she was crazy?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true. It's not real.
After you said that, what happened to your relationship with Lori?
She stopped talking to me.
Okay. Were you ever aware of Lori believing that people could be dark or possessed by evil spirits?
I later have learned that, yes.
Did you ever try to tell your family about the beliefs that Lori had expressed to you?
Yes.
What was your family's reaction?
One of the reaction was, she's in a delusion, let her do whatever she's doing and she'll come out of it at some point.
How did this impact your relationship with your family when you're bringing up these concerns about Lori?
They basically cut me off.
So you bringing up your concerns about Lori's beliefs being at odds with the LDS religion sort of terminated your good relationship with your family?
Yes.
At the end of June of 2019, do you recall Charles sending you some emails that were purportedly written by him asking Chad Daybell to come out to Arizona and write a book for him?
Yes.
And did you, without going into it, did you review that email?
Yes.
Did you know Charles, what he had done in his life prior to selling insurance?
Yeah, I know that he played minor league baseball.
And in this email was the person pretending to be Charles asking about writing a book about his career?
Yes.
Was that something you knew Charles was not interested in?
No, he's not, or wasn't.
After you saw those emails that Charles had forwarded to you, where someone was reaching out to Chad, were they inviting Chad out to Arizona?
Yes.
After reading that and getting that forward and talking with Charles, did you believe that Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you and Charles spend time talking about that?
Yes.
Was he kind of, I guess, in a tailspin? I'm not sure the best words to say from learning that.
Yeah, he seemed a little desperate.
Did Charles have some idea on how he thought he might be able to get Lori back into the LDS faith?
Yes.
What did you understand that to be?
Charles just thought that Lori was going overboard and that she was going to the temple like 5 times a week, and that's not normal in our religion, and that she was going a little off the wall. So he figured that if she got her temple recommend taken away from her, that she would come back to normal, who she was before she started in all this things that she was believing.
Now, you told us that you had heard yourself some ideas by Lori that were outside the LDS religion. Did Charles also tell you about other things that she had told him?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you talk with Charles about something that we'll term an intervention?
Yes.
What did you mean by an intervention?
Intervention means Charles he's kind of desperate because nobody in our family would talk to him. I'm sure that, Lori had told people in our family not to talk to him. So he thought that, having an intervention would be getting in front of her, recording her, giving it to the stake president, or having the stake president hear what she was talking about and hear the crazy things that she was saying.
So the intervention was part of the way to try to get her to come back to the mainstream LDS beliefs.
Yes.
Did Charles ask you to help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
Did you guys have a specific plan, like on X date at X time, we're going to do this?
No.
Had you talked to Charles about potentially going to Lori's and recording her on your phone?
Yes.
Did you talk to Charles and text him about another idea of having a family dinner and again recording her so that you could play that for the stake president?
Yes.
We're using a term there, stake president. Who is that? What is that in your religion?
Well, in our religion, we have our churches organized to where we have wards, and then a bigger, like 4 or 5 wards that are in a stake, and then there's a president of the stake, and so it's somebody who's in charge of everybody in the stake.
Okay. So someone that's pretty high up in the church.
Yes, yeah.
And so the idea was to bring any of these recordings to show she's saying these things to his attention.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the point of that whole was to just try to take away her temple recommend.
Yes.
So on July 9th of 2019, did Charles talk to you about him flying you out so that you can help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
And did he offer to purchase your flight
Yes.
to bring you to Arizona?
Yes.
At that time, did your parents live here in Arizona?
Yes, they did.
At that time, was Lori here in Arizona?
Yes, she was.
And you told us your brother Alex was living here as well at that time?
Yes.
Was your sister Summer also living here at that time?
Yes.
And after Charles purchased your tickets, did you reach out to anyone in your family to ask if you could stay with them?
Yes.
Who did you reach out to?
Alex, my brother.
And did he offer to let you stay with him?
Yes, he did.
Were you supposed to fly in on the next day, July 10th?
Yes.
So your understanding was when you flew in on the 10th, you'd reach out to Alex and you'd spend the night there.
Yes.
Did you end up staying with him?
No, I did not.
So when you landed in Phoenix on July 10th of 2019, do you recall what time of the day it was approximately?
Sometime around lunch.
Okay. And did you reach out to Alex?
Yes, I texted him as soon as I landed.
Did you get a text response back?
No, I did not.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
So he's expecting you, right?
Yes.
Did you try calling him?
Yes, I did.
Did he answer your phone?
No, he did not.
Again, was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Did you think anything was odd at that time?
Yeah, at first I was like, he can't be that busy. He knows I'm coming.
Did Alex ever respond to you on the 10th?
No.
So he ghosted you.
Yes.
What did you think when you didn't hear back from Alex?
I just thought it was very strange and bizarre.
Okay. So you were supposed to be staying at Alex's. When you talked to him on the 9th, did Alex ever text you between when you guys talked and when you landed saying, oh, I'm going to go stay at Lori's?
No.
Did Alex ever call or text you and tell you, you know, I can't have you stay with me. I know I initially said okay, but not anymore?
No.
So he just ignored you.
Yes.
Where'd you end up staying?
My mom and dad's house.
Okay. On July 10th, did you understand Charles was also flying into Phoenix?
Yes.
Did you see Charles on the 10th?
No, I did not.
Did you see your sister Lori on the 10th?
No, I did not.
So you told us you stayed with your parents. What did you do on the 10th?
They picked me up and we went to lunch. And then we just, I think, hung out at the house.
You said your son Zach lived here at the time?
Yes.
Who was he living with at that time?
I think he was living with my mom and dad.
Okay. So although you didn't talk with Charles on the 10th, did you have an understanding of what he was going to do the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go pick up JJ, his son. It was his turn to, I guess, have him for a few days or whatever.
Were Charles and JJ really close?
Yes.
So the morning of July 11th, you were not expecting to get together with Charles at 7 in the morning, right?
No.
Did you get a text message from Charles?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn where Alex was?
Yes, I did.
Where did you learn Alex was?
Alex was at Lori's house.
When you learned this, was Charles texting you sort of in real time as he is coming to the house,
Yes.
explaining to you what he's seeing and what's going on?
Yes.
And are you responding back to him?
Yes.
So you're at your mom and dad's house when you start getting these text messages from Charles?
Yes.
When you learned that Alex was at your sister's, what were you thinking?
I just thought something weird is happening because he never answered my text the whole day I was there, never returned a call. And then all of a sudden he said he's at Lori's house. And I didn't even know what to think at that point. I thought something was off.
So immediately you knew something was off.
Yeah.
From the prior day where Alex ghosted you to now he's at your sister's that morning when Charles was going over to pick up JJ.
Yes.
Were you concerned that Alex was at your sister's house?
A little concerning, yes.
Have you seen text messages that you and your brother-in-law Charles had sort of making the flight reservations and leading up to the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
And were those all messages that you two had as you're trying to figure out how to have this intervention?
Yes.
And then ultimately what you are seeing and saying that morning at 7:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And I've shown defendant exhibit 210, if I can have a paralegal approach with that.
Good.
Adam, if you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those as text messages that you had with Charles, sort of the 9th, 10th, and 11th, as you are interacting leading up to that morning and including the morning of the 11th.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 210 pursuant to 8031 as present sense impressions.
Yes, Your Honor, we object in lieu of that is a report and not the full extraction.
All right, well, may I see that particular objection wouldn't prohibit admission, it would go toward weight, but give me a second here. All right. I'll admit 210.
And if I may publish it then, Your Honor. And if I could have the elbow. Thank you. Adam, I'm going to start sort of going back to, in Exhibit 210, the conversations that you and Charles were having as you're trying to come up with a way to have this intervention, all right? So you learned that Charles was reaching out. Well, let me ask you this. You had learned from Charles about this fictitious email, correct?
Yes.
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about it?
One more time?
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about this email?
Yes.
Did you learn that he had reached out to Chad Daybell's wife about it?
I think I remember that.
These are text messages. Were you also receiving emails from Charles?
Yes.
Does this sort of array of messages start to involve where you and Charles are talking about having you come out to Arizona to help with this intervention?
Yes.
And so do we see on the 9th you letting him know that you could fly out tomorrow and come home Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
Do we see as you continued on, he tells you that he could fly you in on Southwest, and he's telling you he's just right now landing in LA, right?
Yes.
And you knew he traveled a lot for work.
Yes.
When we get to the 9th at 9:11 a.m., did you get a message from Charles about how you were going to get everyone together without Lori knowing that you're going to have this intervention?
Yes.
And is that one of the ideas where you indicated that I'll go see Lori at her house and have a talk with her and keep your phone on record?
Yes.
So that was sort of one idea of a potential way to show the stake president that she was having these ideas outside the LDS faith?
Yes.
Does Charles kind of tell you he's not sure that that's really going to work?
Yeah.
He says, I think she'll leave, but it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Did you then suggest also have a family dinner with everyone and then say, always leave my phone on to record what I say and what everyone else says?
Yes.
And then you go on to say that's to have proof for Holmes. Who's Holmes?
President Holmes. He was our stake president, or their stake president.
You were in Wichita, but he was the stake president here.
I lived here before, and he was in my ward, so I know him.
So when you're talking about the stake president, Holmes is who it actually is?
Yes.
Okay. On the 9th, does Charles tell you that got it, but honestly, if you, Zach, Brandon, and me go to him, that should be enough? She will feel like we ambushed her, but something has to be done. She'll be real careful what she says. Had you brought Brandon into this yet? Like, did you have a plan to have him come with you?
No, but Brandon played basketball with us on that night. So me and Zach and Brandon played basketball where President Holmes played basketball at a church. So that was that reference.
Okay. So you thought if we go to the church, Brandon will be there and he can help you
talk
about
say
this.
that, yeah.
Okay. But Brandon's not part of this conversation right here, right?
No.
Then does it kind of go back to Charles asking for your information so he can make your flight reservations?
Yes.
Okay. Then at 1:13 p.m., does Charles let you know that your flights are booked and that he emailed that to you?
Mm-hmm.
And then does he go on to say, I'm really uneasy about how she will respond, not only to you, but to me and Zach and Brandon, right?
Yes.
In talking with Charles and this intervention, was there a constant concern of how she would respond to trying to take away her temple recommend?
Yes.
Was some of that based upon your understanding of the things she had said to Charles in the past?
That and others. Apparently, Lori was flighty. When Charles tried to serve her divorce papers, she disappeared and nobody knew where she was. So in Charles's mind, that she could be flighty and just take off again, where nobody would know where she is. So there was some definite reference to that as well.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, I'll pick up JJ and take him to school. So you knew what he was doing that next morning, right?
Yes.
And you said she'll be there, right?
Yes.
Friday the same. So you knew his idea was he was going to be with his son in the mornings, Thursday and Friday?
Yes.
And then you said she'll be highly suspicious about recording. If you can bring a second device and put your phone on the counter or turn it off, it might help. Is that sort of the same idea that he was unsure that she would trust you showing up there and trying to ask her about those things?
Yes, this was all just it seemed like Charles was just desperate, and he wanted to do anything he could this last ditch effort to try to shake Lori loose of whatever she was under, some spell that he said. So, that's basically what happened.
And then does he go on again to talk about that he really thinks the only thing that's going to break her out of this is going to Holmes?
Yeah. Yes.
And that she's hurting too many families and that he's upset his is gone.
Yes.
Does he say that he still loves her?
Yes.
And does he think that she's basically potentially gone forever?
Yes.
And then we see that he corrected slots to Lori, right?
Yes.
So, typo?
Yes. Lots of typos.
On July 10th at 3:34, do you get a text from Charles asking if you're in Phoenix?
Yes.
And do you respond, yes, you're going to Summers, and that you'll call him?
Yes.
And then does Charles let you know he's got a meeting, but he'll try to call you before he goes to see Lo? Who is Lo?
Lo is Lori.
So people would call her Lo or Lolo?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember if you talked to Charles on the 10th?
On the 10th? What day was that?
The day before. So when you flew in, did you ever talk to Charles?
No, I don't remember talking to him then.
So even though you guys had attempted to call, you don't recall if you ever spoke with him that evening or afternoon?
Right.
So at this point, you'd said you went to Summers in the text messages, and then later you stayed at your parents' for the night?
Yes.
And then you knew that Charles would be going to pick up his son the next morning. Did you assume that you and Charles would meet up or talk sometimes later that day?
I figured so.
Okay, but you had no scheduled timeline for that?
Nothing planned.
Okay. So next in Exhibit 210, we see text messages from July 11th of 2019 at 7:35 a.m. where Charles texted you, "Al is here." And then just a couple seconds later, he said, "At Lori's." Was this shocking to you?
Yes.
And what did you respond back? Did you say, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back"?
Yes.
And then we see that you wrote at 7:36 and 28 seconds, "They are planning something." Why did you write that?
Because Alex not answering his phone the whole day and me calling him and texting him, not knowing where he's at. Nobody in my family said they heard from him or knew where he was. All that is very suspicious to me. And then Alex being at Lori's house that morning felt like something was really off.
So, when you told Charles they're planning something, Charles responded back, absolutely. Did you then let him know that you were supposed to spend the night at Alex's house? She probably blocked that.
Yes.
Did Charles respond to you, what you do is up to you?
Yes.
So were you kind of upset at your brother for telling you you could stay with him and then ghosting you, ignoring you?
Yes.
Were you upset at him for being at Lori's house when Charles was going there just to pick up JJ?
Yes.
Did you then text him, I'm going to put the pressure on to have him come get me right now, see what he says?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, text your brother?
Yes.
Did he respond back?
No.
As we're going along here, we see that each of these are being read sort of in this short period of time, these couple minutes that Charles is here as he's driving in. After you texted Charles about putting the pressure on to have him come get me right now, did you then say okay to Charles?
Yes.
And then we see again that at 7:49:34 a.m., you texted Charles, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him and have a conversation with my old friend.
Yes.
What was that about?
That was just part of the plan that Charles initially came up with to somehow get in front of the stake president. So that night, he's the stake president. He interviews people for Temple Recommends and also plays basketball afterwards. So that was just a thought of maybe this could be something that we could do to help with that situation.
Okay. Now, up until 7:37 and 7, you had been interacting with Charles, right? You would respond and you were getting some text messages back from him.
Yes.
We see after 7:37 where he texts you, what you do is up to you, that he didn't respond back to any of your other comments, right?
Right.
So when you sent him at 7:37 and 29 seconds that you're going to put the pressure on him, you meant Al?
Yes, Alex.
To come get you. Charles didn't respond to that?
No.
And in fact, it shows that that message was read at 12:13 p.m. versus the earlier messages that were read sort of right in time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And when you told Charles that you and Zach were going to go to the Stake Center to play basketball and see if you could find Holmes, did you get a response from Charles?
No.
And again, we see that that was read at 12:13, correct?
Yes.
Did you go talk with Holmes that night?
I went to go play basketball, but he wasn't there.
Was it just you and Zach?
Yes.
During the day of July 11th, at any time, did you learn that Charles Vallow had been shot?
No.
So Lori did not call you and tell you that Charles had been shot?
No.
Alex didn't call you to tell you that he'd shot your brother-in-law?
No.
Anyone in your family talked to you about it?
Nope.
How about the next day, Friday, July 11th? Did Lori tell you Charles had been shot?
No.
Alex contact you to tell you that he'd shot Charles?
No.
Anyone in your family talk to you about that?
No.
Did you decide to go visit a friend in Tucson on Saturday the 13th now?
Yes.
What were you going down there for?
Going to see my friend Eric.
And did anyone come with you?
Yes, Zach did, my son.
Okay. When you went down there, did you talk with Eric about what's going on?
Yeah, I just thought it was really fishy that I heard from Charles. And I didn't know if he took JJ and just was having one-on-one time with JJ. I didn't know if Lori and him were getting back together and Lori told him not to talk to me. Or my mind was spinning. Like, I had no clue what was going on.
Had you talked to any of your family about it? Were you still keeping that intervention thing secret from them? At that point?
No, at that point, but I think my nobody had heard from. I asked if anybody had heard from Alex, and nobody said that they heard from Alex in my family. But at that point, I was there spending time with my son Zach, also to help Charles with what he wanted to try to get an intervention with Lori, and also to see my friend Eric, because I live in Wichita, so I was trying to do 3 things at one time on my short visit.
So on the 11th or 12th, though, were you still keeping that sort of secret that you and Charles had been wanting to do an intervention on Lori?
Yes.
You weren't telling your family, like, I don't know why we're not doing this.
Charles asked me not to tell anybody.
And was that actually sort of a message you guys had talked about of who in your family might prevent any type of intervention?
Yes.
And who in your family were you guys concerned with if they learned about the intervention might try to stop it?
Mom and Dad, Summer.
Alex, too?
Alex, yes.
So even though you're here and you're seeing your family and you're seeing your son, you don't want to tell them a lot about Charles because you're trying to still keep that quiet in case he does want to go forward with it.
Exactly, yes.
So you're in Tucson and you start talking to your friend about Charles.
Yes.
Do you learn at some point that Charles has been killed?
Yes. I was talking with Eric saying something doesn't feel right. I haven't heard from Charles, and usually he would text me or send me a message or something. And then Eric asked me, he goes, well, what's his last name? And I said, Vallow. And he was on his computer and he just Googled Charles Vallow. And he said it popped up that he's been killed by his brother-in-law.
So you learn this. What is going through your mind now?
Just everything, chaos. I had a knot in my stomach. Just probably one of the worst feelings I've ever felt in my life.
Obviously, you had been concerned that something was being planned when you told Charles that on the morning of the 11th, right? But
well,
not that.
Not that, but yeah, it felt like something was off. Why Alex would be at Lori's house that morning.
Did you know your brother Alex to carry guns with him?
Yes.
Did he regularly go shooting with guns?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to Charles being shot and killed, did you ever tell Lori that you were going to be trying to do this intervention with her?
No.
Prior to Charles being shot, did you ever tell Alex, hey, I'm going to stay with you, but we're trying to do an intervention with Lori?
No.
What about your parents? Did you ever tell them you were going to try to do an intervention?
No.
Your sister Summer?
No.
So if your sister told detectives a couple hours after Charles was shot that she was confronting Charles about you and Charles talking and texting, it wasn't something that you told her about?
No.
You told us that you are LDS. Have you ever taught Sunday school?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the story of Nephi?
Nephi? Well, Nephi was a prophet in the Book of Mormon. It's the first chapter. He was a prophet, very humble and faithful servant of the Lord. Ironically enough, his brothers tried to kill him at one point. But he actually ended up going to Jerusalem to get these plates back, and he was run off, came back, and then went back again because the Lord asked him to. And when he did, the King Laban, who was actually a wicked king, was laying on the ground drunk in front of him. And Nephi was told to kill Laban.
Who was he told by?
The spirit, or,
Okay.
God.
So God was using a Holy Spirit to tell him to kill Laban, and
Yes.
did he?
Yes, he did.
Was that something he anguished over?
Yes.
But ultimately, it was a justified killing.
Yes.
So was the concept that it was better for Nephi to kill this one evil man and sort of benefit the nation and his descendants?
Yes.
Were you aware that that your sister had told people that Charles was possessed by evil spirits?
Yes.
Were you aware that your sister had told people that your brother-in-law Charles was dark?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
It's whether or not he was aware of it.
Whether or not
Yes or
he's
no?
aware, he can answer yes or no.
Yes.
When you and Charles were talking about this intervention, were you trying to help your sister come back to mainstream LDS beliefs?
Yes.
So it wasn't just Charles, but also her.
Yes.
You told us that your friend had Googled and learned that Charles was killed. Did you know at that time it was by your brother Alex?
That's what the article said. So yes, he told me that.
What did you do after you learned that?
Freaked out for a little bit, cried, didn't know what to do, thought my world was coming apart. Then I got angry a little bit, and then called first thing I did, I called Kay, who's Charles's sister, and asked her, because she's the only one that I felt safe calling after knowing my family was involved in this or thinking of this, that I asked her if she knew that Charles was dead, and she said she just learned of it too.
Did you learn from your friend when, because it's now the 13th when you learned this, right?
Yes.
Did you learn when that happened?
Yes, I did.
So you knew on that Saturday, the 13th, that Charles had been killed that morning
Yes.
of July 11th.
Yes.
Did you ever come back to Phoenix and confront anyone in your family about this or talk to them about it?
Yes. After I talked to Kay, then I called my mom and asked her if she knew that Charles was dead. And she said yes. And I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "You tell me what's going on." And at that point, I thought that was bizarre that she would say that. So I said, "Well, we need to sit down and talk." And she said, "Yes, we do." And so me and Zach got in the car and drove back to Phoenix.
Did you go to your mom's house?
Yes, I did.
Did that conversation go well?
No.
Did this create a break in your relationship with your mom?
Yes.
Did you stick up for Charles?
Yes.
Did sticking up for Charles create issues between you and most of your family?
Yes.
Did you continue to stick up for Charles even with that happening?
Yes.
After you had that argument with your mom, what did you do?
Me and Zach left her house, and we were staying at Summer's house, my sister, who was away on vacation. And we were staying at her house, and we went back to her house. We were watching her dog.
You were supposed to leave the next morning, Sunday, to go back to Wichita. Did you return back home?
Yes, we did.
Did your son go with you this time?
Yes, he did.
After this whole incident happened, did you not talk with your family for a long time?
Yes.
Did it cause a lot of friction in your family?
Yes.
Have you started to try to talk with your family some?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
Mr. Cox, how long has it been since we've seen each other in person?
Don't know.
When was the last time you saw me?
I don't recall.
So, has it been a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years,
Something
6
like
years,
that.
7 years, 8 years?
Something.
Okay. So, you have no idea.
Nope.
You have no idea when the last time you saw me in person.
I don't know the year or how many years it's been.
Okay. So, did you see me at Colby's wedding in January 2018?
No, I was not there.
You didn't come to Colby's wedding.
No, I did not.
So, did you see me sometime that year at my house
Possibly.
where Colby got married? That house.
I did see you at that house, yes.
At least one time.
Yes.
So, possibly in 2018.
Yes.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay. So, you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Do not remember that.
You do not remember that?
Nope.
Is that what I made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And when was the last time that we had a phone call or a text message?
I have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay. So that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you think initiated the final communication in our relationship?
Who concluded it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So right now it's 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
And so we haven't spoken in about 8 years. Would that be correct?
Probably 7 or 8 years.
Okay. So would you say up until that point that how often would we communicate before that?
Before what?
Before 2018?
Probably on a regular basis. Once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month.
Like a call or a text message?
Yes.
Just keeping in touch?
Yes.
you know of us living in Hawaii, and you were living in Kansas at the time?
Yes.
And in your career, you lived in lots of different places. Is that correct?
Yes.
Austin,
Yes.
Dallas,
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Wichita,
Yes.
Sacramento.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
Others.
And I was in Texas,
Yes.
Arizona,
Yes.
Hawaii.
Yes.
So would you say that we were not physically close during the past 20 years?
Yes, I would say that.
So our communication would be solely family get-togethers, occasional text messages. Is that correct?
And phone calls, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Cox, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
Repeat that again?
Okay. Did you see with your eyes or hear with your ears or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect.
Have you talked to your sister since Charles was shot and killed?
No.
So, since that happened, you cut off all communications with her?
Yes.
Prior to that, you were being asked about 2018 being at Lori and Charles's house. Was that the time where Lori told you she was becoming a celestial being?
Yes.
And the time where she was telling you other ideas that were not in line with the LDS faith?
Yes.
After you had heard those statements by your sister, you told us that she had asked you if you thought she was crazy, right?
Yes.
And you had responded back how?
I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true.
After you told her that her beliefs were not true, did that sort of end your talking with her?
Yes.
You were asked if you personally saw, heard your sister Lori conspire to kill Charles. Were you there that morning?
No.
Were you the person who was supposed to, though, be with Alex on the 10th into the morning of the 11th? If you spent the night with him?
If I would have spent the night with him, yes.
So that stood out to you because you had made plans with your brother, right?
Yes.
And instead, you learned he was at Lori's house.
Yes.
You told us that you thought it was odd that your brother would be over at your sister's house at 7:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And you were aware that your brother had guns.
Yes.
Charles was going there to pick up JJ, right?
Yes.
And so, did it seem odd to you that your brother would bring a gun that was loaded with extra magazines that was not safe to your sister's house where JJ was?
Objection, out of scope. This is not just
Goes to the
a
conspiracy.
redirect. This is not just a redirect.
Hey, I didn't ask for argument. Okay. The objection's overruled.
What's the question?
Sure. Did it stand out to you that your brother, who knew JJ, would bring a loaded gun and extra ammunition to the house where JJ was running around.
Well,
It
I didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
You're saying afterwards?
Yeah, you learned afterwards your brother killed him, right?
Yes.
So when we're talking about this conspiracy and things that are going on, did that seem odd to you that your brother would bring a loaded gun and extra ammunition in this unsafe way to a house where your sister's son, JJ, lived?
Yeah, it seems extreme.
When you were talking to your family after this happened, did you actually tell them that you believed that Lori and Alex had conspired to kill Charles?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because Lori had told people that Charles was no longer living, that some guy named Ned was inside of his body, that there was a zombie living inside of him. And Alex didn't respond to any of my text messages when I was supposed to be with him. And he was at that house that morning. Lori talking crazy about how she's a translated being. All these things all added up into that moment and that morning. Once I found out on Saturday that Charles was shot and killed, no doubt in my mind that they killed him. That's a feeling that I got.
And you told your family that?
Yes.
No other questions?
The last line of questioning from the possession of the gun on, I think the defendant's right, was technically beyond the scope of her cross. So based on that, I'll allow the defendant, if she wants to recross on those issues, if she elects to, may do so now.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any questions from any member of the jury? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down. You can step down. Thanks. State can call its next witness.
Thank you. If I may go get her.
Go ahead.
Well, there it is. Adam Cox taking the stand, testifying against his sister, Lori Vallow Daybell. And so now we are on to the next witness, witness number 9, as prosecutor Trina Kay goes and gets that witness. 2,300 of you watching our coverage of the Doomsday Murder trial. We appreciate it. That was interesting to see as Adam Cox faced his sister for the first time in how long? I mean, they talk about how many years they haven't spoken, they haven't seen each other. A lot has happened. We're talking about murder convictions, sentenced to prison, and then extradited back here to Arizona. Adam Cox taking questions from Lori Vallow Daybell. She asks him if he has ever personally seen her conspire with her brother Alex Cox in the murder of Charles Vallow. Of course, he says he did not personally see that, but he definitely believes that she had a big role to play.
Yeah, he was described, he wasn't surprised. But again, he didn't learn from any of his close family members that Charles had been killed. And that seems to be kind of the theme here of keeping things quiet. So next witness sounds like
witness
is ready.
number 9. Here we go.
All right, you're going to come right up here. My clerk will swear you in. You're going to stand right here.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You're going to walk around the court reporter here and have a seat just to my left.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Serena Sharp.
I'm going to have you pull in a little or move the mic down a little closer to you so we can hear you. Thank you. How old are you, Serena?
How old am I? 51.
And where are you living currently? What state, what city?
Arizona, Queen Creek.
Okay. And where did you live back in 2019, 2018?
Connecticut.
Okay. When did you move to Arizona?
It was right before COVID, so 2019.
Do you recall, I know we don't have a lot of weather here, but summer, winter, fall?
Definitely summer. It was hot. I think it was end of July, August, but we closed on our house September.
Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Were you raised in this church?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself a spiritual person?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about a group, Preparing the People. Have you ever attended any of their events?
Yes, two.
Can you tell us what those are?
They were conferences that helped people prepare physically and spiritually for emergency preparedness and the second coming of the Lord.
And you said you attended a couple of those conferences?
Yes.
Are they located sort of around the country?
Yes.
Did you ever attend one of those conferences here in Arizona?
I did.
Do you recall when that was?
It was November of 2018.
When you decided to come to this conference in November of 2018, did you know anyone here?
Two people. One just from over the phone conversations, Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao.
So did you have any place to stay when you came here? What was your thoughts as you're coming in for this conference?
Both of them invited me to stay at their homes.
And what was your plan? Who did you think you were going to stay with?
I thought I was going to stay with Melanie Gibb because she offered to pick me up at the airport as well, so that I didn't need to rent a car.
Did you know Arizona well?
Not at all, no.
So were you picked up by Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
And did you stay at her house?
No.
Where did you stay?
After she picked me up, she said that instead of her house, because her whole family was home and it was busy and chaotic, we were going to stay at her friend's house, whose family was gone for the weekend and had a bunch of people for the conference staying there.
Okay. Who was that?
That was Lori.
Did you know her last name, or did you learn it?
I learned it when I got there. I had never heard or had met her before.
What was her last name?
Vallow.
Okay. So you told us you didn't know Lori Vallow prior to just coming to stay at her house.
No.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's right there with glasses on and blonde hair and a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Do you recall who else was staying at Lori's house that weekend?
There was a lot of people, and I was meeting everybody for the first time, so I don't recall everybody, but I do know Lori was there and Melanie was there.
Did you ever meet Chad Daybell?
Yes, he was there as well.
Was that the first time you met him?
Yes.
So during this event, are you going between Lori's home and to a location where the conference is at?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever talk with Chad Daybell outside of, did you ever talk with him that weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk with him after that November 2018 conference here in Arizona?
Yes.
When else did you see or talk with him?
I saw him at another Preparing a People conference in February.
So that's 2019 now?
Yes.
After the November one.
Correct.
Where was that one?
That was in Idaho.
And did you ever contemplate moving to Idaho?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him in Idaho did you learn he lived there?
Yeah. When did I learn?
Did you learn that he lived in Idaho?
Yes.
And did you ever, in fact, meet with him in Idaho to kind of talk about possibly moving there?
Yes, I was actually house hunting with a realtor and in the city that he lived, so we connected for a few minutes.
What city was that?
Rexburg?
Okay. Did you know if Chad was married at that time?
Yes.
Okay. When you were staying at Lori's house in Phoenix in November of 2018, did you understand her to be married?
Yes.
At that time, did you have any idea that Lori and Chad were having an affair?
No idea.
After you met Lori at this and stayed at her house, did you have any more conversations with her, texts or phone calls?
Yes.
Were you ever invited back out to Arizona?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in March of 2019 for a girls' weekend.
What was the girls' weekend going to be?
It was a few girls coming together for a girls' weekend, so.
Whose house, where was it going to be?
That was at Zulema's house, and I think from my memory, she's the one who invited me and started that girls' weekend idea.
Had you met Zulema before?
Yes.
Where had you met her?
It's vague, but I think I met her at the first Preparing a People conference I came to, which was the November 2018 here in Arizona.
Okay. And had you talked with her as well between that November time and when you came out in March?
Yes.
Who else was part of this girls' weekend that you recall?
It was Lori and Melanie Gibb, Zulema, Christina, Nicole, and myself. I think that's it.
Okay. Now, were all of you women members of the LDS Church?
Yes.
During this time, did Lori ever tell you things about her beliefs that seemed to go against what you understood or what you were taught through the LDS Church?
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she did not need to repent?
Yes, she did.
What does repenting mean?
Repenting means turning to God and confessing our sins and repairing our relationship with Him so that He can take on our sins for us and we can become better people through Him and seek His forgiveness.
Do you recall what Lori told you about not needing to repent anymore?
What I remember is she's had a couple of verses in the Bible that she pulled out and read and then said, I believe something to the effect of, I believe we don't need to repent anymore.
Did that stand out to you?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Was that
was
concerning
shocking.
to you?
Pardon?
Was that concerning to you?
Very.
I think you just said you were shocked by it.
Yes.
It was that against your religion.
Correct.
Did she ever express to you and this group that all of you might not need to repent?
I don't remember the specifics of it. If she was trying to apply that to us or just to her, I don't remember. I just remember she said we, or generally, I don't remember the specific words she used, but that there was not a need for repentance anymore.
Do you recall, have you been interviewed by the police a couple different times?
Yes.
Do you recall being interviewed in April of 2021?
Was that was the Chandler Police
At
Department?
the police department instead of at your home? Do you recall saying to the detectives then that she said, we don't need to repent anymore. We've come to that stage. And then you were asked when she said we, was she talking about like her and Chad or all you guys? And you said she was trying to get all of us to believe that. Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, but if that's in the transcripts, that was much closer to the time when it was said. It's been a few years. I don't remember exactly what was said anymore.
So your memory back then would have been better than now?
For sure.
So if you had told the police back then that she was trying to, in fact, tell everyone that you could follow along with this belief of not repenting, you would have been truthful to the police back then?
Of course, yes.
Do you recall Lori ever talking to you about people having dark and light levels assigned to them?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall Lori ever talking about not needing to repent because she was translated?
I don't remember her using that specific word, but that turned off.
What do you recall her saying with regards to that?
I remember her talking about changing physically and spiritually. Those are the two I remember.
And by changing physically, what do you recall of that?
Just being filled with more light and knowledge so that we could become closer to God.
So is that sort of the same as when we're talking about being translated?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't remember her saying that specific word.
Okay. So the concept was the same, whether or not she said that word, you don't recall now.
Correct.
Did Lori ever talk to you, either that weekend or prior to that, about casting?
Yes.
Do you recall if Lori was the person who brought up casting?
I believe she was, from my memory.
Do you recall if she talked to you about casting on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Now, how many times do you recall that she had brought this up?
I don't know how many times.
It was more than once?
Yes, it was more than once.
Did she ever bring it up while you were talking or Zoom talking like we used to do in the pandemic?
I never Zoom called with her.
Phone call?
Phone calls? Yes.
So at least one phone call you recall that she brought up casting?
That I remember one phone call. There might have been others. I just don't remember.
So was that phone call, to the best of your memory, before this girls' weekend in March of 2019?
From my memory, I think it was after.
Okay.
But
so then let's talk about the weekend of March, the girls' weekend in March of 2019.
okay.
Did Lori bring up casting there?
Yes, she did.
And The other time when Lori had talked about casting, whether it was before or after, was this to sort of cleanse society, sort of a generic, I don't want to say generic, but to try to cleanse evil from an area or a population, not a specific person?
Yes, it was like generally a cleanse or casting out evil.
Have you on your own sort of prayed to get rid of evil?
Yes, I have.
Is that sort of a personal casting that you've done? If we want to term it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't term it that way, but yes.
Okay. Would you just term it as you're praying for the better of the world?
Praying and or casting out evil, yes, in the name of Jesus Christ.
But you said you had never used casting as a term before.
No.
Okay. So Lori was the one using this word casting?
I don't recall her using that word. I think she was also saying casting out from my memory.
So casting out.
Mm-hmm.
When you met up on this girls'
I'm
weekend,
sorry, was the last answer a yes?
this was the first, I guess, Lori was the one using the term casting out.
Yes.
Okay. On this March girls' weekend trip, do you recall having Lori ask everyone to help cast out as to a specific person?
Yes.
Can you tell us who that was?
It was her husband, Charles.
Had you ever met Charles before?
Vague memory, but it was a quick, I think, meet as I was leaving Arizona for the Preparing a People conference in November. I was going to the airport, and I think he was coming in at the same time. Again, it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
But I think that's when we met very briefly.
So he was kind of coming home and you were leaving.
Yes.
Okay. Did this seem unusual to you to do this, to be asked to cast out as to a specific person?
Yes. But not. Did you say unusual?
Did it stand out to you, her asking you to cast out as to her husband?
Yes, it stood out to me.
During this weekend, did Lori talk to you about her husband, Charles Vallow, being possessed?
Yes, she did.
What do you recall about her talking about her husband being possessed?
I recall that she spoke about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit, and she named the evil spirit.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was Ned.
N-E-D? Ned?
N-E-D.
When you heard this, did that stand out to you as well?
Very much, yes. Very unusual.
Are you someone who questions things? Or
Yeah.
do you just go with the flow?
I question things.
So you're hearing these things from Lori that are standing out to you, some of them very against your religious beliefs. Are you starting to ask about some of these things?
Yes. I remember I was asking a lot of questions about the repentance thing she brought up. And I remember asking and talking to some of the other ladies about the casting out in a group setting before, or stuff like that.
Do you recall Lori Vallow telling you that her husband Charles was no longer Charles, that he was now this possessed person?
Yes.
When Lori was talking to you about Ned, was she explaining that this evil spirit was now in the body of her husband?
I don't know if she used those exact terms, but that was the impression I got, yes.
So the word she used expressed to you that idea that this evil spirit Ned was now in her husband's body.
Yes.
So did you ever hear Lori use the term zombie?
I did.
Is that another thing that kind of stuck out to you?
Very much.
In listening to Lori, did zombie sort of did you understand that to mean someone whose body was possessed by an evil spirit?
Well, prior to this, I had thought zombie was like a Hollywood thing, but she tried to relate the zombie and correlate that to the evil spirit that was inside of somebody.
Like her husband?
Like her husband, yes.
Did you ever start to question Lori about zombies and these evil spirits inhabiting her husband's body? Did you try to question her about that?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. When you started questioning her, at least about repenting that you recall, did you see a difference in how you were treated?
Soon after that girls' weekend, yes.
So let's talk about the group casting. What happened? What did you guys do for this group casting for her husband, Charles?
All the ladies came together, and we were all in the same room just talking, and I remember coming together. I don't remember if we were standing or sitting, but I remember Lori started and asked for this help for her husband because she needed to cast out this evil spirit, and she asked to just go around the room and each of us take turns casting out to see if we could get rid of this evil spirit within him.
Ned. And this was the first time you'd ever had anyone ask you to be part of some group to cast out?
Yes.
And a group to cast out an evil spirit as to a specific person?
I've never done that in a group setting before. I never even heard of that before.
After this weekend, let me ask you, how many days do you recall that you were here?
For which?
That March.
That March?
Yeah.
Just a couple days. I don't recall how many. Just a couple days, though.
Okay. So.
Like a weekend, maybe?
Just the weekend type of thing.
Approximately.
During that time, do you recall just the one evening where Lori had asked you and the other women to cast out this evil spirit and her husband? Was there just one incident that weekend that you recall?
One incident. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Over the March Girls' Weekend, was there just the one time where Lori asked the group to cast out Ned from her husband?
From my memory, yes, I think so.
Had you heard on, though, more than one occasion, Lori saying that her husband was possessed?
More than one occasion on that weekend, or like?
Sure. Or either that weekend, or had you previously heard that?
I don't recall previously hearing that. And I don't remember hearing it after how many times she said that.
Was it discussed throughout the weekend?
I believe so.
Let's go ahead and recess for lunch. will resume at 1:30 p.m. I'll tell the jurors to remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Right, we are at the lunch recess now. You're watching the Doomsday Murder Trial with Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here and Special Projects EP George Obi. So we now have two witnesses who have taken the stand, but most importantly today, Adam Cox, the brother of Lori Vallow Daybell, facing his sister for the first time in many years and answering her questions. And we obviously have talked about how much he knows, especially leading up to Charles's murder.
Yeah, I mean, we got a sense from the state and their line of questioning about the time frame for him in the days leading up to Charles's murder, and then when Lori had the opportunity to redirect, most of her questioning, I think, was centered around trying to establish, at least for the jury, that those two were not close or haven't been close for years.
Yeah, and Lori, in her questioning, she talks about how, they haven't seen each other in a long time. Does he remember having the green chili chicken enchiladas with her at a family gathering in 2018? And then her big question for her was asking, did you ever actually see me plan my husband's murder with our brother? And he says, no, I didn't see you do that, but he has no doubt that she had a role in it. Now, just now we had Serena Sharp on the stand, a former friend of Lori Vallow Daybell and part of that religious circle, much like when we saw in Christina Atwood's testimony, and we will continue that in the afternoon session. So right now we want to bring up our panel of special experts here. I'm so excited to talk to these experts. Right now, we have Susan Constantine joining us for the first time in this trial. But last year, we had the pleasure of talking to you. Susan is a body language expert, jury consultant, and gave us some great insight into Chad's demeanor last year in 2024. And now we are glad to have you back on again. Taylor Larson joining us once again this week, the former attorney for Charles Vallow. He represents Ellsworth Family Law, helped file those explosive divorce papers when Charles was calling for help and was worried about the safety of J.J. Vallow, and also, of course, concerned for his own safety at the time back in January 2019. The judge, Mel McDonald, has so much experience in the courtroom, former judge and prosecutor with the Maricopa County and also a U.S. attorney for the District of Arizona, back on the line. And then Kirk Nurmi, welcome back, former defense attorney for Jody Arias. Obviously, a lot of experience covering such a high-profile case here in Arizona. And here we are with the Doomsday Mom case. I want to start off with Taylor, though, coming off yesterday when Nancy Jo Hancock took the stand and there was this contentious exchange, and Lori Vallow Daybell asked her if she normally dates married men. What comes to your mind knowing what you knew about the marriage between Charles and Lori?
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see Lori try to paint someone else as being, in dating married men or messing around with married men, when everyone maybe outside of the jury already knows Lori's background and the fact that, that I don't even know Charles was husband number 3 or 4. And then obviously all the things that happened with Chad and through the Idaho trial and how long that affair had gone on. It was just kind of really laughable in my mind. She was really projecting her own onto Nancy Jo as she tried to spar with Nancy Jo.
And we heard the quote loud and clear. Everyone has been repeating it as Nancy Jo told her, don't flatter yourself. We didn't just talk about you during that dinner date. Susan, you've seen that exchange, I assume, and you watched Lori in the courtroom today question her own brother. If you can get into her expression and body language, I know the camera's in the back of the room, but what do you take from today?
Well, first of all, we don't see her from the front. We only see her from the back and every now and then from the side. So I can only speak to just movement, right? So she's shifting a little bit. The voice tone gets a little snarky, condescending at times. This is all just the root cause of it is just anger, frustration. And that's where we hear it through her tone, her volume, her pace. And then, of course, the long hair, she uses her hair as a shield to kind of cover, and the little baby ponytail that's on the top of her head, which I think is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And overall, her appearance, she does carry herself confidently for the most part. Okay. We know she's not an attorney, but I think that she's a faux attorney. She's trying to play the role. It's a form of performance for her. So overall, it really depends on, what part we're looking at. I think the exchange we're talking about between her and the other girlfriend, that was quite interesting. I thought it was quite a standoff between the two ladies. Don't flatter yourself. I have to tell you, I think I laughed at that one for quite a while. Just
Yeah, we all did.
being a woman with another woman, you're confronting your husband's other partner, so to speak. I thought it was really, really funny to watch the standoff. So it'd be interesting to find out if you're in the courtroom watching those jurors. I'm sure they probably had their head down, their hand over their mouth, doing everything they could not to crack up laughing.
It's almost like a scene in a reality TV show. And I know we can't see the jurors, we're not supposed to, but their potential reaction to what we're hearing today about castings of dark spirits and these bizarre religious beliefs and her being allegedly a celestial being. Susan, how does a jury take all of this in now? A lot has changed in the last 24 hours.
I think they're all just like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Like, is this really happening? I mean, is there actually people out there that actually believe this stuff? So it is so bizarre, and it's it's so not mainstream. So when we think about mainstream religion, we think about Christian Judeo beliefs. It is so far removed from that that I think the majority of those jurors are thinking she's involved in some sort of a cult. I also want to bring attention to the fact that since she is representing herself, I think sends a strong message in itself. And maybe those jurors could possibly be thinking is, why can't she keep an attorney? Maybe this is a reason why, because she's nuts.
Interesting. Now, I thought she would cross-examine Adam Cox, her own brother, a little bit longer, and it didn't last too long. Kirk, you said that she could not have shot herself in the foot better than she did. Well, what do you think of how she did in court?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was horrible. And you combine one of the things that I kind of drew a correlation to when we talk about all the theater of it, which Susan and Taylor addressed so artfully, is the idea when we look at the evidence behind it, and we think about domestic violence relationships, and when a person tries to leave, that is the most dangerous point in time for them. And one of the things we heard evidentially for the past 2 days, we go back to Mary Jo's testimony, you talk about the date that angered Lori Vallow at the time. And then we hear about this plot with Charles and her brother Adam to kind of provide some evidence to put to a religious official to possibly lead to her excommunication, which would be a badge of shame, which would interfere with her ability or credibility, if you want to call it that, in this situation, to start her cult, if you will, the teachings, the casting, things we're starting to hear about now with this most recent witness. So there's really a lot of strong evidence building that isn't just she's crazy, but maybe to put Susan's words a different way, crazy like a fox, because we see a plan starting to come together.
Yeah, the conspiracy. And I didn't know that Alex Cox was excommunicated twice. We're getting an inside look into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and what these members thought, specifically Lori Vallow Daybell, and what she thought of herself, and how she did not need to repent. She tells that to Serena Sharp, according to Serena Sharp, our latest witness, that basically, and we learned this in the Idaho trial, that for Lori, it didn't count. Anything that she did that was a crime or wrong, it didn't count. Now, this is where I bring in Mel McDonald and Taylor Larson. You two are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and you can give us some insight as well. I mean, what you're hearing in the courtroom and comparing that to what you've grown up and believed in, just what are your thoughts on what we're hearing here?
Well, my thought, I was born and raised in the church, went on a mission like Chad Daybell did. The thing that stands out to me from her testimony, and it's almost like a sociopath, that the rules apply to everybody except her. She tries to mock the one witness because she went out with a guy and the divorce hadn't been filed. And yet she's sleeping with Chad Daybell. She talks about how all of these other people with dark spirits, but yet the way that she's living and the decisions she's making would make her excommunicated from the church. Chad Daybell has been excommunicated from the church, and it was like the church has its doctrines. I will pick and choose those what I want, but anything that goes against what I want to do isn't going to count against me. So I think it's been really an eye-opener as to her ability to have everything bad apply to everybody else. Everybody, let's pray, because all of these other people have dark spirits, but I've reached the level in life that I basically, the rules don't apply to me, and it's bizarre. And I think there's got to be some members of that panel that are probably members of the same faith that have got to be thinking this is beyond twisted.
And Taylor, you were talking to Charles. Did you have any information or know about this plan for the family intervention and trying to get the proof for a stake president to show what Lori Vallow Daybell was saying?
Yeah, I did, Justin. From the get-go, Charles was all about getting Lori the help that she needed. He thought that she was just off of her rocker and going, a little too far with the over-religious stuff and the hyper-religious stuff. And, being a member of the church myself, he felt like, I would understand that this stuff is wacko, or as Mel put it, bizarre. There's not a better word for that. And so he was trying to work with getting the family of Lori to help, wake her up or get her the help that she needed. She refused to go see a doctor. She said that she didn't want to go see a doctor because they would find out that she's a translated being and that she's a goddess. And so she wouldn't go on her own. And so he thought, the Cox family is a very close-knit family from what Charles told me. And he wanted them to, try to push or urge her to go get the help that she needed in Charles's mind. And that's when he turned to Adam and he told me, Adam is kind of on the outs with the family. He lives away from the family, and maybe he will be able to help me. And so that's when the intervention, so to speak, was beginning to be planned, and it never happened while I was involved with the case. And it was just talked about, and that was Charles's goal. So to see Adam testify today and talk about how that kind of transpired right before Charles's murder was kind of interesting to see how it played out, through Adam.
And it'd be interesting to see how this all plays out if that does happen, if the stake president finds out about Lori Vallow Daybell's beliefs. We have a good question from our viewer, Brittany Hennick, asked Susan what she thinks of Adam's body language on the stand today.
I thought he did a great job. He was very credible, very believable, ask and answer, no pauses, hesitations. All of his responses were straight on. There wasn't any, searching up into some sort of files up somewhere in his subconscious and trying to pull things out of the air. None of that. I mean, I thought he was very credible. I think his tonality, he was very regulated in his mood. He didn't get frazzled. He was a great witness. And at the same time, you could sense that he was a bit discombobulated by it all, that this form of disbelief. But yet he was very strong in what he saw, and he didn't have any problem standing his own ground. But I think he did it so well and so respectfully that I thought that he came across incredibly credible and believable.
He stayed cool and calm throughout it all. We've been collecting some clips. Let's listen to Adam Cox, how he knew something was off the morning of the shooting, bite number 3.
When you learned that Alex was at your sister's, what were you thinking?
I just thought something weird is happening because he never answered my text the whole day I was there, never returned a call. And then all of a sudden he said he's at Lori's house, and I didn't even know what to think at that point. I thought something was off.
So immediately you knew something was off.
Yeah.
From the prior day where Alex ghosted you to now he's at your sister's that morning when Charles was going over to pick up JJ.
Yes.
Were you concerned that Alex was at your sister's house?
A little concerning, yes.
Have you seen text messages that you and your brother-in-law Charles had sort of making the flight reservations and leading up to the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
And were those all messages that you two had as you're trying to figure out how to have this intervention?
Yes.
And then ultimately what you are seeing and saying that morning at 7:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And I've shown defendant exhibit 210, if I can have a paralegal approach with that.
Go ahead.
Adam, if you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those as text messages that you had with Charles, sort of the 9th, 10th, and 11th, as you are interacting leading up to that morning and including the morning of the 11th.
Yes.
All right, so Adam Cox, the last person to text with Charles Vallow, he was very much a part of this plan. He wasn't there at the time. He was being flown out. Charles had booked him that flight. And we know later on through the Idaho trial that Lori Vallow Daybell totally believed that Adam was out to get her too for her own life insurance policy. She said that on body cam to Idaho authorities. Kirk, how would you have cross-examined Adam Cox?
I don't know that I would have, but Laura, certainly wouldn't have been talking about chicken enchiladas, right? And the other thing is, and we saw the most poignant moment of the cross-examination Lori placed upon him was this idea. She thought she had this great gotcha question: did you see me or hear me conspire with my brother to kill Charles Vallow? And of course he says no, but she makes it clear that they didn't have that close a relationship, so I don't know what she was trying to drive at. But then what happened on redirect was really gold for the state, because then Trina Kay stands up and says, I forget the exact question, but basically asked him, did you think that they had done something to Charles Vallow when you heard about his death? And he says, yes, I immediately knew that they were involved. They had done it. That's not testimony that should ever come in. But so far, to me, I think it's some of the stronger testimony and evidence that this jury has heard. Her own brother saying, I think she was involved.
Mel, what do you think? How would you have cross-examined him if you would choose to do so?
I just want to go back on one other point that really struck home. It was the strategy of Charles to have her temple recommend taken away. For those viewers that don't know the process, to even get a temple recommend, the temple is the most sacred part of the Mormon faith. It's a place where members of the church go, where people can be sealed to their spouses for time and eternity. You go through an interview process with the bishop and a stake president. Part of those rules before you can get a recommend, and not anybody can go in the temple. If a layperson goes and says, I want to go on a tour of the temple, the answer is going to be no once it's been dedicated. His strategy was to have the temple recommend taken away. Why? She was going every day to the temple. The fact that she was having an affair with Daybell would make her not qualified. And from the standpoint of the doctrinal teachings, she was not following the doctrinal teachings. Her belief in these dark spirits and evil spirits and the fact that nothing applied to her, that she had gone beyond this, I think it was a good strategy. The best way that he could have hopefully awakened her was to, one, try to get her away from Chad Daybell, but two, take her away from where she was going almost daily to the temple, where she would presumably go in there in the sanctuary of the temple, in the quiet rooms, and let these ridiculous ideas foment in her mind. I thought the cross-examination was very good, but Lori has a unique way of demonstrating that she's a nutcase in the first place. All of these points are merely reaffirmed that she's very bright, very attractive, very articulate. But as we now learn what's going on in her mind, it is actually scary to people.
Wow. So, like, if an attorney was asking those questions and not her, it might be perceived differently. But because she is the defendant, is there already an image or something the jury's seen, and obviously the way in her tone of voice? I don't know if a defense attorney would be speaking the same way. And we look back at Nancy Joe's testimony and that exchange as an example. Taylor, I have to ask you, if this plan had worked, if Charles would be able to do something and get that proof out there, I mean, would we still end up in the same place though? Because that was her life purpose, right? To be spiritual and to be, I guess, the goal being exalted and all of that stuff.
Right. Her mission, as she kept telling Charles, and as we put in the divorce papers, was to get ready and prepare for the second coming of Jesus Christ, right? And to usher in the 144,000 that's talked about in the book of Revelation in the Bible. So if Charles, and I had spoken with Charles about his plan to go to her ecclesiastical leaders, he started by going to the bishop and trying to explain that Lori was doing these things. I mean, as you saw in our paperwork that we filed, she claimed that she was married to the prophet Moroni, who was a prophet of the Book of Mormon, much like the prophet Nephi, who was talked about a little bit today with Adam Cox. And so she Charles told me that she would go to the temple, 4 or 5 times a week, and she would be there for almost 8 hours at a time, which is very unusual for members of the church. When we go to the temple, we're there for maybe an hour, 2 hours, not all day like she was going and being in. And she would tell Charles, I'm going to go meet with my husband, because she would say that she was going to go to the temple and speak with Moroni, so it was, he was trying to cut that off by getting the recommend taken away, like Mel talked about. And I think that if that would have happened, it may have just only escalated towards Charles's demise. I think Chad and her would have escalated their actions to get rid of Charles, because he was then becoming a hindrance to their plan and completely blocking her from completing her mission.
He was already being called Ned Schneider as a dark spirit possessing Charles's body, and then later on Hiplos, and that they had to do all these castings on him. He was already a target. And this group that met together, that included Serena Sharp, a witness that's on the stand now, talks about Lori's idea that she didn't have to repent. Let's listen to bite 6.
Did Lori ever tell you things about her beliefs that seemed to go against what you understood or what you were taught through the LDS Church?
Yes.
We have the cross.
Did Lori ever tell you that she did not need to repent?
Yes, she did.
What does repenting mean?
Repenting means turning to God and confessing our sins and repairing our relationship with Him, so that He can take on our sins for us, and we can become better people through Him and seek His forgiveness.
Do you recall what Lori told you about not needing to repent anymore?
What I remember is she's had a couple of verses in the Bible that she pulled out and read and then said, I believe something to the effect of, I believe we don't need to repent anymore.
Did that stand out to you?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Was that
That was
concerning
shocking.
to you?
Pardon?
Was that concerning to you?
Very.
I think you just said you were shocked by it.
Yes.
It was that against your religion.
Correct.
Did she ever express to you and this group that all of you might not need to repent?
I don't remember the specifics of it. If she was trying to apply that to us or just to her, I don't remember. I just remember she said we, or generally, I don't remember the specific words she used, but that there was not a need for repentance anymore.
No need for repentance. And from day one, we know that this is a person, Lori Vallow Daybell, with this mindset. And even in her sentencing in Idaho, she did not admit to any wrongdoing at all. It's obviously a very religious day. Susan, how do you think the jury is taking that in? What are your thoughts when they're hearing all of this for the first time?
Well, first of all, I think that she comes across as being a very credible witness. I think her demeanor, her posture, her appearance, her thoughtfulness to her responses, she's very meek. She has a very sense of gentleness about her. I think she's going to resonate really well with the jury. But also at the same time is that what she's saying to that jury is that she was concerned and that she didn't agree with all these things. She heard all of these weird things, but she didn't follow the same belief system as what Lori Daybell does. So she's separating herself, even though she's a friend, but she's not on the same, so to speak, planet that Lori Daybell is on. In other words, there's no portal for her to escape. I mean, she's staying here on Earth.
Wow. You make a good point, because Serena Sharp and Christina Atwood, they seem to have that same demeanor as far as they know what Lori Vallow Daybell was saying according to them and in this group, but they also don't recall everything. They're not really into the weeds on her. Maybe they don't want it to seem like they are on that planet. They do not want to be associated with that planet at all. Now, during this 90-minute lunch break or so, Kirk, I want to know if you think her counsel is advising her in any way to prepare for when Kay Woodcock takes a stand, and if she cross-examines her, because we know that's going to get very tense.
That could be happening. I mean, logistically, with her being transported back to the jail, it may or may not be possible, and it depends on how much she cares about what her co-counsel thinks, or her advisory counsel thinks, because I'm sure that had she sought out their advice, she wouldn't be asking some of the questions about what Adam saw, things of that nature, right? And they may have talked about what Kay Woodcock, and she's seen her demeanor in Idaho, I believe. So, Lori seems to be in Lori land, right? That's one of the things that's pretty clear here. We're starting to see this through the testimony. We're starting to see these witnesses, and I think Kay Woodcock will probably highlight this maybe better than most, that Lori took these LDS beliefs that mean a lot to a lot of people and extracted them for herself to use as an implement of destruction, right? And the destruction being, in this case in particular, Charles Vallow. And I think Kay is going to do a good job of highlighting that. And I think whatever cross-examination she does of Kay, it's probably going to result, Justin, in her shooting herself in the foot again. Her foot's going to have a lot of holes in it by the time the day is done.
And you have experience, dealing with a high-profile defendant. What is that like? You already have enough on your plate and trying to do your job. And then what is that like with dealing with that personality? Obviously, her counsel here, they're not leading the way. It's her show, but they are working with her around the clock.
Right. But at the same time, advisory counsel, they are there to advise her. They don't want to interfere with her right to represent herself. So they may not be trying to give her too much advice that she doesn't seek out. There's no strict rules. Advisory counsel must do X, Y, and Z. They're there to answer questions ultimately. So, if she's availing themselves if Lori is availing themselves of their advice, we're not seeing any evidence of that when she's doing these cross examinations. So my guess is in some ways they're happy to stay away and let Lori do her thing, high profile or not. Maybe the high profile nature makes it even worse. Like, she is mucking this thing up, but you know what? You got to let her do it. So you stand back and let her do it.
It's her right to represent herself. And Mel, you've said it all week that it's a very, very foolish decision to do that. We've learned about 2 girls' weekends in the time frame of March 2019, where Serena Sharp says there were other women there, including Zulema Pastenes, Christina Atwood, and of course Lori Vallow Daybell and Melanie Gibb. Melanie Gibb was a key witness in the first 2 trials. How does this play to the jury when they see, wow, a lot of people are being influenced or could have been taking down this road of what some would call a cult? Mel.
Oh, I didn't know you were addressing me.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, clearly it shows a cult, but the thing, there's messages that are being given almost every day. I thought one of the devastating messages yesterday is when she tries to attack the woman that went out to him the night before he was murdered, saying that he was still married, and trying to be indignant with her that you went out with him and you weren't married and you're spending the night talking about me. It shows that nothing applies to her. All of these rules, all of these dark spirits and things that possess people doesn't apply to her. This whole idea of the temple, she cannot get a temple recommend without going through a bishop and then through a stake president and asking certain questions. I will guarantee you that the answers that she gave them were not the answers that she's teaching to her friends, because they never would have given her a temple recommend. And I think that's why her husband wanted to involve the stake president, because once they found out that she was having this lifestyle, that she was committing adultery with Chad Daybell, that she has these fringe beliefs, evil spirits, that she's married to Moroni, nobody in a million years is going to give her a recommend. And the idea would be maybe that would wake her up, because she's going to the temple for 8 hours a day, almost every day, in there, letting these twisted ideas continue to grow.
Susan, at some point the door could open where a witness could bring in the fact that there have been murders in Idaho. I don't know when, I don't know how that happens, but depending on cross-exam, I mean, we're just waiting for that. And this jury does not know. I mean, you have to wonder that they're thinking, where are these people that they're talking about? Where's Alex? Where's JJ? Where's Tylee in all this?
Yeah, and I'm waiting for that part too. So I'm sitting there just hugging the television set, just waiting for somebody to spill that out, and for those jurors to be questioning, oh, well, there's JJ. That's what happened to Tylee. And there's one thing that I want to bring up. You know, when she was talking about a few days ago, she was referring to Tylee, to her 2 children, that she was speaking about them in present tense, as if they were alive today, not in past tense, because she knows they're already dead. It's interesting how she has, she's so disillusioned and she's so self-deceptive that she has disassociated herself from those children being deceased. Because if you remember, when she was found guilty, I mean, listen to her when she was speaking to the jury at that time, the judge is like, you know, they're very happy, they're having a great time. So in her mind, she's so disassociated, has a dissociative personality, I think, that she can remove herself from thinking that her children are in present tense in heaven, having a great time, probably playing on the swing sets. But what is happening here is really quite interesting if you've read some work by Dr. Burgess, because she's doing something very similar to what BTK did, and I'm on their task force. And it's a cubing. She can literally take on all of these different identities and live completely, separate herself from the wife, the mother, the killer, and to the church member. I mean, she's literally got multiple personalities going on there, and she can remove herself from one and then become another. And I think that the jury at some point in time is going to be like a holy, you know what moment, like drop the mic. This is it. Nail in the coffin. Guilty.
And we're only in day 4, and you make a good point. Yeah, during her sentencing, Judge Boyce did say when he was sentencing her that she has been diagnosed with some sort of personality disorder and hyper religiosity. So that's definitely on the record that she is exhibiting these narcissistic tendencies throughout this whole saga, and always saying that no murders have happened and these were total accidents. She hasn't owned up to anything. Now, presiding over this case, not Judge Boyce, is Judge Beresky. And Taylor, I wanted to bring this up because you have experience with Judge Beresky in the courtroom, because he used to be in the family division. So tell me about how he's doing and just what you saw with your experience.
Yeah, I mean, he's handling it probably better than anybody could really imagine, or as far as being patient. And he's handling it the way that he handled cases when I was in front of him in the family court. You know, those types of cases are very contentious. You know, when we are at a trial, and we're fighting over kids and money and all of the things that go along with a divorce, highly contentious, can get very emotional in the courtroom, especially during cross examinations. And you know, the judge in that case, there is no jury, and Judge Beresky was always very good at trying to keep things calm and you know, have a sense of decorum in the courtroom. But he was also very, very patient, as you can see, not a man of few, you know, a man to say a lot of words, and so I think that he's done a great job of kind of, you know, keeping the emotions in check when it's gotten elevated, as we saw yesterday, you know, when Lori started getting fiery with Nancy Joe. And, you know, to that point, Justin, I wanted to add that, you know, you talked about the door being opened, and that door was kind of opened a little bit yesterday before the lunch break with Nancy Joe. And, you know, I know Nancy Joe personally, and actually texted with her last night about that. And she said she wished she could have driven a bus through that hole that Lori gave her right before lunch, but she was very afraid of causing a mistrial. You know, she had certain guardrails that were given to her by the prosecution based on, you know, previous rulings from the court before trial on what can and can't come out during testimony. And so she was being very cautious and careful with her words. And I think you could see that through her testimony yesterday a few times when it looked like she wanted to say more. She just knew she couldn't or shouldn't, and was trying to be very careful and cautious of causing a mistrial.
And she was ready to answer to Lori. And the judge took us to lunch. We were really close.
She really wanted to. She emphasized, you know, that she wanted to drive a bus through that hole. She does not like Lori, obviously, and she didn't like the way that Lori was treating her and trying to paint her in a bad light. And she wanted to defend herself. And she told me that she was very glad that she got the "don't flatter yourself in" quib, which you know, to me, she needs to start a merch line and sell those T-shirts, because that's the headline that I've seen, you know, since yesterday afternoon, and that's the thing that played for the masses. Someone going toe to toe with Lori and finally telling her off and not letting her control and manipulate the situation.
Yeah, it definitely got personal. Don't flatter yourself is one of the phrases we've been hearing, plus the evidence will show. Kirk, I want to know if she does intend to call any witnesses. I mean, how would that benefit her at all with her lack of experience? We know that some have been subpoenaed. If she brings on detectives, this could go longer than we thought.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to imagine at the state of the trial right now what witnesses she could call that would be to her benefit. And, you know, Taylor's right about the demeanor. One of the things that I think that we are getting close to, that Judge Beresky has done a good job, is to kind of protect her rights throughout the way. But I do think, as I said earlier, Lori's going to continue to shoot herself in the foot. So just to get to your question, if there is a way for her to shoot herself in the foot any further, it may be trying to call some of those witnesses and offering such bad testimony, because as you mentioned, she's really ill-equipped to do that, and they're not going to have any evidence to her benefit. So I don't know what she would get out of that. But I also think, going back to, some of the speculation that she's narcissistic, what have you, and you mentioned the high-profile nature of the trial, I think the witness that Lori Vallow Daybell really wants to put on the stand is herself. She wants to capture the attention of the world, tell her story. I think that's the main reason she's representing herself, because she wants all the attention that she's getting, and she's going to get it by putting herself on the stand. And I think probably when she does that, Taylor, with all due respect to your friend Mary Jo, I think that Lori's going to do a better job of driving a bus through that hole than anybody ever could.
She'll drive the bus way better than NC Joe, you're saying, through that hole.
Yeah, and she would have done it to herself, and she's not going to have a complaint about ineffective assistance of counsel or an objecting to a mistrial. That's what I mean by doing it better, because, look, all we've seen her do, I think, is just beat her head against the wall, and she's going to take this proverbial bus and drive it right into a brick wall.
Mel, if she does testify and you're Trina K, what's the first question you ask in a cross-exam?
Boy, where do you start? I think what you start is, because she's brought family members in, and that you almost have to walk her through her childhood, growing up, then her membership in the church. You set out the patterns that for years she was a normal person. For years she was a good mother and was loving to the kids. And then you gradually build into these bizarre things. These text messages, emails are positively devastating. When the police come on and when experts come on and lay these facts out, I don't know how you can cross-examine them other than probably some of the crazy things she's tried to do when she tries to attack a woman for going out with her husband and the paperwork hasn't been filed. I think the chances are probably better that she will take the stand. And I think she wants to do it because the world is settled on her. She's now got all this attention. And I think it's going to have to be a question and answer. So I'm not sure how the judge is going to do this, whether she's going to have one of the advisory council pose the question, because I don't think he's going to let her just go up and talk. But when she does, I think she's going to open up so many doors. And I think she's already opened up doors. And that, to me, is the biggest hazard of representing herself. Whenever you go into a trial, you file motions to limit the evidence, to control it, to keep out all of the evidence of the Idaho case. She almost opened that door for a cement truck to go through yesterday, and she'll continue to do it. And at some point, even though the judge had said you can't go into it, once she opens the door, they can then go into it. So I think she is setting the groundwork and has been doing a splendid job at putting herself under the bus and letting the jury see who she is and what she is, and that her narcissistic personality is something that no matter what you do, she is responsible for what happened to her husband.
And with all this publicity, Susan, how do we find a jury for a second trial that comes up right after this?
Boy, that's a tough one. I mean, because she's already been found guilty, both of her children, and I think she's going to be found guilty this time. Frankly, I can't believe that we got 9 men on that jury, because I think that she thought she was going to woo them and use her cute little antics, thinking that she's going to be able to sway that jury. But I think that there's every single guy that's going to be on that jury is going to be thinking, I know a crazy woman in my past that reminds me of Lori Vallow or someone very similar to it. So talk about projection. I think every guy on the planet, and then you're going to have the women are going to hate her. So she is really stuck in a bad situation, because you've got to find a jury that doesn't know hardly anything about the case or hasn't formed an opinion. And that boy diet would just take for so long to be able to ask more probative questions to detect whether the person has formed a bias against her or have a strong belief system that would be detrimental to her case. So I look at that too. I mean, it just doesn't look good for her in any way, shape, or form. And the other thing is, who did her witness prep? If she's going to take the stand, who's working with her about how she's going to answer the questions, how she is to behave, how she's to wear her hair and her clothing and all of that. She's missed the mark on so many different ways that, I mean, a jury's just looking and it's a visual optic, right? I mean, these guys know, they're attorneys and a judge. Or Mel, I think you said you're a judge. I'm so sorry if I.
Superior Court judge.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know that the voir dire is the most important part. Jury selection is the most important part of the entire case, right? They've already determined, many of them, guilt or innocent just on the optics, what is being stated at the very beginning, and it's going to stick with them for a long time, and it's very hard to shake that up. So I don't know how on earth that she's going to ever go into this next trial and think that she's going to get any other better result than or different result than she's already gotten. And that's guilty, guilty, guilty. 3 times in a row, guilty the 4th time.
Yeah, what we're seeing, we might not see for a long time, guys. This is unique, to say the least. To the panel, Taylor, Mel, Kirk, Susan, thank you so much. You guys are great. We want to see you again. Appreciate your time. Everyone here on the chat does too. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, a lot of different perspectives,
Sure.
but I think everyone seems to think and agree on one thing. Lori Vallow Daybell is in deep trouble. I mean, she's a convicted murderer. The jury doesn't know this, but representing herself, and it's day 4. Why does it feel like it's not?
I know. Day 4 of what is, the first of 2 trials here. I thought Susan's point was right on there that, jury selection it feels more like an art form. You really, it can make and break your case. So
and they
again,
went 2 days with jury selection. That was quick.
Yeah, and you can only predict so much about how these witnesses are going to act and what they're going to say and all that. But we're now seeing, or I'm guessing Lori and her co-counsel are seeing that they're going to have to maybe change their strategy a little bit as they go along. But much like yesterday, today's witnesses are providing a lot of insight for the jury. It's
hard to evaluate her, like maybe she feels great. Maybe she's confident about how she's doing. Well, and Adam, I think and Kirk Nermy touched on this too with this gotcha moment. Lori ended her cross of Adam, with this questioning of, well, did you ever hear me or Chad or anyone else say we wanted to kill Charles? No. And then on redirect, Trina K comes in with kind of putting that point back in about asking Adam, well, after all of this, do you believe that they had something to do with it? And he said, yes, absolutely. Then she says, well, did you tell the rest of the family this? He said, yes. So, I mean, again, the lasting impression for the jury, once again, is Adam, someone close in the family, in that circle, saying, yes, I believe my sister and others had a role in killing Charles. It strained the whole family dynamic. I mean, he says he didn't talk to his parents, these family members, for a long time. What has happened with the crimes in Idaho and what Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell have done has destroyed multiple families. That's just the truth. They are convicted there in Idaho. We're talking about the Woodcock family, the Daybell family, the Cox family, Charles's sons in Texas. There's so many people that are affected. Mm-hmm. The people that are part of the group that have families and have been called as witnesses. There's so much impact. And I think it's not just the crime itself, but the nature of it and how things transpired. Adam even mentioned, I think Trina asked him, did anybody tell you that Charles had been killed? He was like, no, I had to go look it up, much like Nancy Joe, again, not part of the family, but Charles was killed. And it just, at least in that inner circle, things just went silent. And then it became, self-defense, and then everybody would learn later on. But, Adam was like, I had no idea. Again, that's huge to the jury. Yeah. He hadn't heard anything. Okay, so We're going to get back to the trial, the afternoon session at 2 p.m. in 30 minutes. We're going to take a quick break. See you then. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here. You are watching coverage of the Doomsday murder trial, the Lori Vallow Daybell case, here with Special Projects executive producer George Obi. We're getting back from the lunch break, and in just a little bit, you guys are going to see the afternoon session as we continue direct exam of Serena Sharp, former friend of Lori Vallow Daybell's, and we expect to see cross-exam. But first off, how long will the state go? How much more will they get out of this testimony to show the jury that there were some concerning, bizarre religious beliefs?
Again, she's part of this girl group, Lori and her friends. There was talk of a girls' trip in early 2019 in March. So there's been a lot of testimony regarding what was said at some of these retreats, these gatherings of the women. And this is where we started to get more into
We're on the
Lori's
record right
religious.
now. Yeah, but there will be a little bit of a break as they are getting settled in, bring the jury in. So that's what you're seeing right now, everyone. 1,500 of you watching. Thanks for joining us. If you were here for the panel of experts we had on, again, thank you to Susan Constantine, Mel McDonald, Taylor Larson, and Kirk Nurmi. It was great to have them on to discuss how they think Lori Vallow Daybell did on cross-examination of her brother, Adam Cox. Adam stayed calm, cool, collected. I will say, for those who don't know, Adam, he came from the industry that we work in the media. He was a radio talk show host for a long time. So I think for him, public speaking and talking to the court and staying cool, I think that wasn't a problem for him. But obviously the stakes are high here. The circumstances are different. You're looking at someone that's your sister. You haven't seen them in years. And she's asking you, if you personally saw her conspire with your brother to kill your brother-in-law, and questions are flying, you don't know what she's going to ask.
Yeah, obviously very intimidating, being in court, testifying, but also now testifying when your sister is on trial. Yeah, I thought he handled himself, as well as he could. But yeah, Lori establishing pretty early on in her cross, that or trying to establish with the jury that, look, my brother and I were not close. That was her line of questioning. When was the last time we spoke? It's been a while. We don't speak often anyway. And then on redirect, I thought Trina tried to hammer home again. Look, despite
So we were
all of
talking
that, what do you
before
think?
lunch,
All right, let's go back. Yeah.
and you have told us that you sort of spent 2 weekends getting to know Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes,
That was the November of 2018 visit.
with a lot of other people there, correct? Yeah.
And then the March of 2019 visit.
Yes, the girls' weekend,
And that was a much smaller group of people.
correct.
And I think you had said that as Lori started expressing some of these beliefs that went against the LDS religion that you started sort of questioning her about this.
Correct.
After that, did you feel like she started pulling away or limiting her contact with you?
Yes.
You told us that you had moved to Arizona in end of July or August-ish of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see Lori again after you moved to Arizona?
Twice more.
Can you talk to us the first time that you saw her?
The first time I saw her, Zulema organized a girls' lunch to welcome me, she said. And so Lori was there. She came with Alex, her brother, and basically I said hi. And not much more than that. She sat on the other side of the restaurant, opposite of me. So, and not much contact there, but.
Okay. And then what was the other contact you had with her?
I can't remember how it was organized. Perhaps at that lunch, Lori invited the women over to her house to just talk. And she had just lost her husband. And I don't know if I was included by accident or how that happened. I don't remember exactly, but I did go over to her house that night because here's somebody that I knew, and she had just lost her husband, which that's a big deal. And I wanted to find out how she was doing and what was going on.
Did you know anything at that time about the loss of her husband, like what had happened?
I had heard vague things, but I had been across the country, so I didn't know any particulars.
Do you recall who was at the house that night?
Multiple women, but I actually don't remember who was there. I think Melanie Gibb was there, and then a few other ladies, but I actually don't remember who.
And do you recall, was that still that same time frame of like either the end of July or the beginning of August?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for us Lori's demeanor at this meeting, this gathering at her house?
I would assume, like in my estimation, it was more like stoic. I didn't see any like mourning or crying.
After that contact with Lori, did you ever see her again?
No.
Did you know that she had moved out of state?
No, not till long after she already had.
Did you know that she had married Chad Daybell?
Nope.
So basically, after paying your condolences, that was sort of the end of your contact friendship with Lori Vallow?
Yes, I think there might have been a few texts after that just to check up on her and see how she was doing. She had just lost her husband again, so, and I think she was trying to figure out how to move forward, and I was concerned. So, but nothing of substance.
Was your interactions with her via text very limited?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Sharp, did you take an oath when you came into this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did.
Did you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I did.
The whole truth?
Yes.
Nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So help you who?
God.
So can we agree that this court acknowledges that your testimony here today will be accountable to God?
going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
Your Honor, they brought up the religion.
Ask for a response. It's sustained. Ask the next question.
Do you believe that your testimony here will be accountable to God?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sharp, how many times did we meet in person?
4.
How many one-on-one conversations during those meetings do you think that we actually had? Just you and me. Nobody else around. Just you and me.
Maybe 2.
2 conversations in our whole lives?
Maybe
just
3.
me and you.
You said during those meetings.
During the 4 times that we saw each other in person, how many times did you and I have a one-on-one conversation where other people were not in the conversation? Just me and you.
I can remember 3.
Okay. And how many times did we communicate on the phone?
Do you want me to estimate? I don't remember how many times.
Sure, just an estimate.
I'm not sure how to estimate that. Multiple times?
Like more than 10 or less than 10?
Probably more than 10.
More than 20?
I don't remember.
Okay. And text messages, the same. How many times do you think that we conversed via text?
I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that again.
Okay, so
Multiple times.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that some of the things that you remember are from other people and not actually from me to you directly?
Perhaps.
Okay. So in the instance when you said that I mentioned to you something about zombies, I would like to know what I said to you exactly verbatim about zombies.
Well, I remember we talked about zombies in 2019 for the girls' weekend. You had mentioned zombies.
I mentioned zombies at that weekend out of my mouth and not someone else, but me.
Object to argumentative.
Overruled. You can ask. Why don't you rephrase that question?
Okay. So you're saying, under oath, that I said the word zombies at that meeting, or I'll go with that.
To the best of my recollection, it was that weekend during the girls' weekend, 2019.
And
again, that was 6 years ago, so like verbatim, I don't remember verbatim, but I think it was that weekend.
So it could have been that someone else was talking to you about zombies, but I was actually there also. Is that correct?
I'm going to object that the witness has answered that question and said it was her.
Overruled. She can answer.
Would you mind restating, please?
Is it possible that someone else said the word zombie and not me at that meeting when we were all there with the girls?
It's possible, but I don't think it was. I think.
Okay, then what did I say exactly about zombies? I want to know the sentence I said to you about zombies.
Hold on.
Again,
Ask questions, okay?
I object to asked and answered.
So rephrase your question.
What sentence did I say to you with the word zombie in it?
And I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Technically, it has been asked and answered, but go ahead and answer.
Again, I don't remember verbatim. That was, 6 years ago?
So it could be possible that it really never came out of my mouth. Is that true?
Okay, I'm going to object again to asked and answered now a third time.
Sustained.
Ms. Sharp, Who are the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
The three Nephites? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In 3rd Nephi 28, the three Nephites, do you know who they are?
Off the top of my head, no.
You do not know who they are?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. In the Bible, do you know of John the Revelator?
Yes.
Do you know of John the Revelator being translated?
I don't remember that, but...
You don't remember that? What about in the Old Testament, Elijah? Was he translated?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
What's the relevance?
I've been accused of being out of the scope of the LDS religion when this is exactly in the scope of the LDS religion.
All right, I guess to the extent you're comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I'll allow it.
Was Elijah translated? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. But you don't know that John the Revelator was translated as well?
I can't remember.
And then the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon, they're translated as well?
No, there were three. You asked me their names. I don't remember their names.
I wasn't asking their names. I said, do you know who they are? As in, are you aware of them? I'm sorry. I'll be more specific. Are you aware of the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
That they were translated?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that that isn't uncommon in the Christian belief system, to believe in people being translated?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question for all of Christianity.
Okay. Are you a Christian that believes in the Bible?
Yes.
Object, Your Honor, to relevance.
I'll allow it briefly, but hurry up and make your point.
Yes, I believe in the Bible, of course.
And Elijah in the Bible is translated, right?
Yes.
And you believe in that, right?
Yes.
And you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that correct?
Correct.
So that would not be out of the scope of what you believe. That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you. So when we were having this girls' weekend, what else did we do besides one prayer?
I remember going out to lunch, and we went to the temple, and we did service projects.
So we had a typical fun girls' weekend.
Yes.
With 5 minutes of a prayer.
I don't remember how long that prayer was.
But basically, out of the 72 hours that we got together, 5 minutes of it we spent actually praying.
Again, I don't remember how long the prayer was, but that was not, from my perspective, the focus or majority of our time spent.
Okay. How long would you say that prayer was? 10 minutes? Longer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But a tiny portion of our whole fun weekend, right?
It was a small portion, yes.
Okay. How many communications have you had over the past 5 years with Christina Atwood?
Many.
Like how many?
Again, I'm not sure how to estimate that.
Daily, weekly, monthly?
Weekly for sure, sometimes daily.
Okay. So would you say over the past 5 years that your relationship has grown with Christina?
Yes.
And are you related now?
To Christina?
Uh-huh.
No, we're not related.
Oh, as in-laws?
No,
Okay, I wondered. I didn't know.
no.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to ask that the defendant be told not to comment about the questions and testify.
Yes, the jury should disregard that comment after the answer.
Are you still in contact with Zulema Pastenes?
No, I haven't had contact with her in a while.
Are you in contact with Kay Woodcock?
Who? I'm sorry?
Kay Woodcock?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Are you still in contact with Nicole Earl?
Yes.
How often?
Often. Again.
Weekly or daily?
Weekly, sometimes daily.
Okay. What about Melanie Gibb? Are you still in contact with her?
No. I run into her occasionally, but
You said also in your testimony earlier that I said that I believe I don't need to repent and you were shocked. Is that correct?
yes.
What did I say to you exactly?
Again, I don't remember verbatim. That was over 6 years ago, but something to the effect of you didn't need to repent. Again, I don't know exactly, but or we didn't need to repent, whatever it was, but yes, that's what I remember.
What was the context of that conversation? Like, how would that come up? I'm like, how would that come up?
I don't remember what we were talking about or how that subject was brought to the forefront, but I definitely remember that comment.
You remember that coming out of my mouth to you specifically, not from someone else, but from me to you directly.
Yes, and it was, I think, in front of all of us, but I'm not very clear on that. I think it was to all of us from you.
So was I teaching a class that you attended and said something in that regard?
No.
Why would I be the one speaking?
Sometimes we take turns when we speak.
Speculation as to why the defendant would be speaking?
I'll let the answer stand. She answered.
You said something about being uncomfortable on that weekend. Is that correct? With some of the topics?
Yes.
Why didn't you just leave if you were so uncomfortable?
I was uncomfortable with some of the topics, but I was still there with friends, and I had flown across the country, so it was not easy to leave, and I didn't feel like I needed to leave at that point.
But you're a grown woman, right? You have your own mind and ideas.
Yes, of course.
So would it be fair to say that you didn't disagree so much at the time, but now looking back on it, you disagree?
I don't think that's a fair comment. No.
And would it also be fair to say that we had a good time of that weekend?
Yes, we did have a good time.
And that now you've changed your mind a little bit?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Change my mind about what?
About what made you uncomfortable?
No, I didn't change my mind.
You had mentioned something about you were interviewed by the police a couple of times. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Who were you interviewed by?
The first time a detective came to my home, his name was Nate Moffat, I think.
Okay. When was that about, approximately?
I want to say spring 2020.
Okay. How long was that interview?
I don't remember.
Like an hour or less, or?
And Your Honor, the witness has already answered the question. She doesn't remember.
Can you estimate how long that interview was?
Well, from my memory, I don't remember it well. I thought it was only a few minutes, but
Okay.
I think it was longer than that, perhaps.
Longer than a few minutes?
Yes.
What about your second interview? Who was that with?
That was with two detectives from Idaho
And where did that take place?
in the Chandler Police Station.
And how long was that interview?
That one I remember being longer, for sure. Over an hour, perhaps an hour and a half.
And what did you exactly have to contribute to the police for an hour and a half with someone that you have only met 3 times in person in your life?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
What were they interested in you telling them?
And I'm going to object to speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
What did you tell them about me in those interviews?
Objection, overbroad.
Oh,
Foundation.
also calls for hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Do you feel like you have something to offer here today in relation to the crime that I'm charged with?
Objection, relevance. Goes to the final opinion.
Sustained.
Ms. Sharp, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with my brother or anyone else to murder my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, I did not.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect.
You were asked a lot about taking an oath. Do you take that seriously?
Yes, I do.
Is everything that you told the jury here today the truth to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my memory and knowledge, yes.
So when you don't remember something, you've been asked to try to guess, you don't remember how long something is, but you're not making up things in here.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to go for my best memory.
It's been 6 years since you attended these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember the number of phone calls that you and Lori had 6 years ago?
No, not at all.
You didn't keep tally marks of them through your days and put them on your nightstand so you could remember it later?
No.
How about the text messages? You tally those up for you so later on you'd be able to remember that you had 50 of them or 100 or whatever it was?
No, definitely not.
Are there things that stand out in your memory that you recall very well?
Yes, there are.
Is one of those the fact that Lori Vallow told you that you didn't need to repent or that she didn't need to repent?
Yes.
Was another one of them her telling you that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit that she named Ned?
Yes, definitely remember that clearly.
You were asked about whether being translated was something unusual to you. When you are reading the Book of Mormon or the Bible, are there biblical figures within those books who are translated beings?
Yes.
Was it not something that you had heard people tell you that they were?
Correct.
And
I'd never heard that before.
So you read about it?
Yes.
By prophets and people like that?
Yes.
You were also asked about that girls' weekend, and I believe that the defendant said that you did a prayer. Did you have more than one prayer over the weekend? Did you guys pray together?
I can't remember specifically, but I assume we prayed over the food and we prayed over, there was probably multiple prayers, my guess.
Is that different than when you guys met to cast out the evil spirit of Ned inside of Charles Vallow?
Yes, it felt different.
So you wouldn't equate a prayer as identical to doing a cast out?
Correct. There are different kinds of prayers.
You were asked about why you stayed there that weekend. As someone who was a grown woman and strong in your faith, did you in fact question Lori when she talked about not needing to repent?
I don't remember how I responded. I definitely pondered that for a while. I remember talking to others. I can't remember if I spoke specifically with Lori about that at that time.
You were, even though that was something you knew not to be within your faith, you didn't just pack up and run away?
No.
Were there other women there that you were also friends with?
Yes.
People who you're still friends with?
Yes.
These women that you are still friends with, is anything about your relationship with them changed the fact that you remember Lori saying she didn't want to repent?
I don't think so.
Like you didn't say, hey, Christina, I feel like just making up something to say against Lori. What do you think we should talk about?
No.
You didn't sidle up to Nicole and say, Nicole, let's make up a story about Charles being possessed by Ned. What do you think?
No.
Those are just your memories.
Those are my memories.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those questions forward. I'm not seeing any. All right, you can step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
Stake and cards next one.
Thank you.
Right up here and be sworn in. Just stand here.
Can you spell your name for the record?
I do. My name is William McDonald, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, McDonald, M-C-D-O-N-A-L-D.
Thank you. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give.
Reporter here and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is William McDonald. I am a retired police officer with the City of Chandler.
What are you currently doing?
I am currently teaching criminal justice at Williams Field High School in Gilbert, Arizona.
So you told us you previously worked for the Chandler Police Department. How long were you with them?
I was with the Chandler Police Department for approximately 22 years. I'm sorry, 26 years.
Oh, that's a big difference. When did you retire?
I retired in November of 2022.
Okay. Can you tell us what your different jobs were at the Chandler Police Department?
As with all officers with the Chandler Police Department, I started off in patrol. I worked a patrol position for about 18 months, after which I switched over to more of a community services team. I spent 2 years with that team, after which I transferred to detectives and spent the remainder of my career in detectives, working primarily internet crimes against children and digital forensics.
Can you talk to us about specifically your training and education relating to extractions of cell phones?
When it comes to cell phones, I have extensive training in the use of the software that we use to extract that data. I am certified in the use of the Celebrite suite, which is one of the primary tools that we would use to extract data and organize data extracted from the cell phones. I was also trained, although they did not have a certification process, in several other platforms used with cell phones.
Did you ever go to any type of digital evidence examiner courses?
Absolutely. Beginning in 2001, when I began working digital forensics, I attended numerous courses on digital forensics, hundreds of hours worth of training, and I hold several certifications in digital forensics related to computers and, as previously discussed, cell phones.
So by 2019, what were your duties at that time at the Chandler Police Department?
By 2019, my primary duties were to conduct digital forensics examinations on computers and cell phones. I was also responsible for training new members to the computer crimes unit, in addition to assisting with internet crimes against children investigations.
In your role, were you regularly asked then to examine cell phones and try to extract data from them?
Yes, I was.
Can you talk us through, if you are handed a cell phone, what do you do?
Once we received the cell phone, and we would usually be given additional information at the time, usually from the case agent or the investigating detective, such as if there was a search warrant involved or anything like that. We would review the search warrant, make sure we had legal authority to do whatever it was they were asking us to do. We would then obtain the cell phone or whatever item we wanted to examine. My process was to start by taking pictures of the phone or the device prior to removing it from any evidence packaging. Once those pictures were taken, I would remove the cell phone from the packaging, take additional pictures to document condition of the device. Once the pictures were taken, I would attempt to power on the device to make sure that it had been placed in airplane mode, which would prevent any additional changes being made or outside people being able to access the device to make changes while it was in our possession. If it was in airplane mode, I would then attach it to whatever piece of software or hardware we were going to use to copy or extract the information from the phone. Once that process completed, which you would usually create just a single file, which for most of us would be meaningless. It was just a container file. And by a container file, I mean a file similar to, if you think like a box. The container file is the box. Initially, that box is empty, and we can put additional files inside of it. These container files would then be entered into, usually we would use the Celebrite software, as we did in this case. And that software would kind of go through the box and put everything in an organized manner, a manner in which people could read it and make sense of what that information was. We would then create a report, which we would provide to the case agents, and that would pretty much conclude our involvement. We would finalize everything by taking everything that we created, all of our files, all of our reports, notes, pictures, everything, and we would store them on an archive server at the Chandler Police Department.
All right, I'm going to go through a couple different words you said and have you explain them for us, all right?
Certainly.
So starting with first, extraction. What does that mean?
Simply put, extraction means we're copying the information on the phone to another device, say a thumb drive or another hard drive or something that we have prepared forensically, which means it contains no data.
So when we're talking about extraction from, say, a phone, you're talking about you're copying contact lists and text messages and photos and emails or search histories, anything that we have on our cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. Can extraction of a cell phone include GPS or locating data?
It can.
When you have extracted this, you talked about it not being in a format that people can understand. Can you talk to us just a little bit more about that?
So essentially these single files, when we have copied or extracted the information from the cell phone, it creates this single container file where all of the information is in there. That information is in the form of database files, other proprietary type files that without appropriate software or specific software to actually be able to read that information, it would be extremely difficult to piece it back together manually.
And so that's what you said, the Cellbrite software helps to put that in a way that we can read it?
That is correct.
So when you use the Cellbrite system, does that put the data together, like all of the text messages are now together and all of the emails are now together?
Yes, ma'am.
Rather than just being jumbled everywhere, basically.
Correct. It will put text lines together. It will extract date and time information. As you mentioned previously, it can extract GPS and location information. It will extract pictures, and it puts all of those together so that like items are together.
Are you responsible for reviewing or analyzing whatever it is that you extract?
No.
Are you solely responsible for trying to extract the data from a phone, ensuring that that process goes correctly and that it is then parsed into data that lay people can read?
Yes, ma'am. When we extract the data from phones or computers or whatever digital medium we're working with, we follow forensically sound procedures to ensure that that data is not changed at any point along the process.
And so you said you also keep the original data file that you extract in a server so that if anyone wants to look at that, they can do that again?
Correct.
And then the phone itself, does it alter the phone in any way when you do this process? Is it blank after that?
Our process should not change any of the information on the phone. However, with cell phones, because they do need to be on during this process, some system files can change.
Okay, so it could add more data to it potentially?
Potentially, yes.
All right, so on July 16th of 2019, did you receive a request from a detective in Clan to examine an Apple iPhone that was impounded as item CH131035? And if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 245.
Thank you. Yes, this is consistent with the item I received.
Were you provided with a PIN to access that phone?
We were.
Okay. And what was the PIN you were provided to access that phone?
The PIN was 0000.
All right, pretty easy to remember. And if you can bring that back. What day did you begin the extraction process?
I believe, if I recall correctly, it was July 17th.
So the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
You told us that you first get the phone and you are both documenting it and sort of noting it. I'm going to show you, and if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibits 180 through 185 that have been shown to defense counsel. Are you familiar with those photographs?
Yes, these are consistent with the types of photographs that I would take.
And those related to this review of this cell phone 245?
Yes.
State will move to admit 180 through 185.
Any objection?
No objection.
180 through 185 are admitted.
And if I can have the Elmo, thank you. Why do you take photos of the phone as you're processing it?
Primarily, we take photos of the phone to document condition. I will also take photographs of the item while it is still in the evidence packaging to document how it was packaged, and if there are any evidence seals, what the condition of those seals are.
All right. So in this, when we talked about a item number, is that what we were talking about, the CH131035?
Correct.
Okay. And that's Exhibit 180 and 181. What are we seeing here?
That is a photograph of the front screen of what appears to be an iPhone X, I believe, or XS Max.
So
I'm sorry.
you get this phone, and I'm going to put 182. It's turned off initially when you get it.
In this case, this particular phone was powered on when I received it.
Okay, but the screen was blank, but still it was powered on.
Correct.
Was it in airplane mode, and why does that matter?
Yes, it was in airplane mode, and you can see that from looking at the upper right-hand corner of the phone screen where it's got the little airplane icon. And this is important because while a phone is in airplane mode, it will prevent outside sources from connecting in and prevent the phone from connecting to the cellular network or to any wireless networks, which will help secure the data that's on the phone to prevent any changes or from anybody from the outside accessing the device.
Do you check when you get a phone like this to see if there's a SIM card in there?
I do.
What is a SIM card?
A SIM card is a subscriber, it's short for subscriber identity module, and it's basically a little card that's inside the phone that holds certain subscriber information. It can hold contact lists. It can actually hold a great deal of miscellaneous information. We always check for the SIM card as a means to make sure that this phone is actually able to connect to a cellular network.
Did you see one here?
I did.
And then do you also check to see if there's enough battery power?
Absolutely.
What do you do if there's not?
If we receive a phone that is either powered, has low power, or is actually the battery is completely dead, we will connect it to a power source to recharge the battery. The processes that we do required the phone to be able to be powered on, so we needed a charged battery.
All right, so in 183, you are able to get to where you would normally put in a passcode. Do you sometimes not have passcodes?
Absolutely.
Is it easier when you do?
Much easier.
So did you try the 000 here?
We did.
0, I think I left one out. Were you able to get into the phone?
We were.
184, why do you take a photo of that?
We're just documenting what is visible on the screens, what icons, what applications are installed on the phone.
So you're seeing that there have been phone calls that have been missed and mail that's
correct
going on. And then 185, what is the relevance of this? What does this tell us?
That is simply information on the phone itself. What you are looking at, if it were able to connect to a network, you would see the network information there. This is obviously a phone that was associated with the Verizon cellular network. The IMEI and the ICCID and MEID are identifiers for the cellular networks. The network, the carrier, and all of that information is just to help identify the device.
Okay. And so that is able to be confirmed when you look at the phone itself, 245?
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, after you got this powered up, what'd you do and took those photographs, documenting what you're doing, what'd you do?
Once we had taken the photographs, we'd ensured everything, the phone was in airplane mode. In this particular case, I used a device called a gray key device. I attached the phone to this gray key device and configured it to conduct what is called a full file system extraction of the iPhone. A full file system extraction is pretty much the best copy that we can make. It copies all the data off the phone, including anything in deleted space, any user files, any system files. It pretty much copies everything that's on the phone for us to examine later.
Okay. Now, does technology continue to improve in our world?
All the time.
So you did this in 2019, right?
Correct.
So whatever the newer technology is not the same as what it may have been back then.
That would be fair to say, yes.
In terms of technology, have you seen changes in Gray Key and Celebrite over the years that you were using it?
I did.
And as each new version came out, did that ever cause you to find that data was wrongly recovered, or just that there was more data recovered?
In my experience, I never observed that changes in the software, updates to the software, would result in previously found data being changed or omitted or deleted or in anything like that. What we would find is it would change the format and how that information was presented. On occasion, as things really did change and bigger versions came out, sometimes it would have the capability to acquire additional information that maybe it could not acquire prior.
So maybe it was better at finding deleted items or parsing things together.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall about how long that process took to use the Gray Key to extract that full file system?
As I recall, it was approximately 1 hour.
So after you use the Gray Key, is that where sort of everything's jumbled in a box?
Correct. That's the Gray Key created that single container file with everything from the phone inside of it.
So did you use something else at that point to allow detectives and other people to be able to access and look for specific things?
I did. Once we have that single container file, I took that file and I opened it up in a program called Celebrite Physical Analyzer. That physical analyzer software is what went through that container file and put everything in a more readable format for detectives or whoever else needed to view the contents of the phone.
So that then allowed detectives or others to go into this new report that allowed you to look at a section that had just photos or a section that just had emails.
Correct.
After you used that Celebrite to parse out all that data into these different sections, did you conduct any research on that phone? Or
I did not.
did you look through any of that Celebrite report?
I did not.
Did you analyze or review any of the data?
I did not.
Did you provide the detectives who then had been working on the case with that to review themselves?
What we would do, since the Celebrite Physical Analyzer software was very expensive and actually required a key in order to use, the Celebrite software allowed us to create what we referred to as a reader file, which is a file that they can open in a program called Celebrite Reader, happily enough, and that would allow them to review the data in a free software platform.
So as long as you had the reader, you could then go through all the data that the Celebrite had parsed into these readable formats or
Correct.
sections.
Anything that was included in when I imported the file or uploaded the file into the physical analyzer software, any information that was in the physical analyzer software was copied and included in the reader file.
Did that end your involvement with Exhibit 245, that phone?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Did that end your involvement with Exhibit 245, that iPhone?
Aside from making sure that any files that we created, any pictures that were taken were securely stored, it did.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross?
Questions, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, did you say no questions?
No questions.
All right. Any questions from any member of the jury? I see at least one. Okay. The question is, if someone were to delete their browser history, can you still pull the history?
On occasion. Browser history and any internet data like that, especially on cell phones, over time, if it's been deleted, it can be overwritten. However, if it is more recent, and sometimes by recent, we are actually talking within the last year or so, that information, regardless of it being deleted, can be recovered by the software.
Follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. State calls Marissa Francisco.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up, stand right in front of the wall here, right here.
Please spell your name for the record.
Yes, Marissa Francisco, M-A-R-R-I-S-A, last name F-R-A-N-C-I-S-C.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat just to my left here.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Marissa Francisco, and I am a forensic scientist with the City of Chandler in the Forensic Services section.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked there since August of 2018. Previous to that, I was employed at the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and I started there in 2004.
So let's kind of go back. What did you do at the Department of Public Safety, DPS?
I started my career in the blood alcohol unit, so my duty there was to test blood for the presence of alcohol. I was in that unit for about 7 years. After that, I transferred to the trace evidence unit, where I was trained to do hair comparisons and fiber comparisons. After that, about 2016, 2017, I started training in the latent print unit. In August 2018, I completed my training at the City of Chandler and have been doing latent print analysis primarily at the City of Chandler.
Can you tell us the training and your education to be a latent print analyst?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from the University of California at Los Angeles and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Illinois at Chicago. As part of my training for latent prints, it was an extensive 1.5 year long program where there was readings, lectures, comparison exercises, oral boards, and a competency test. I also have to conduct and complete a proficiency test on latent print comparisons on an annual basis. I am also a certified latent print examiner. In order to obtain the certification, I had to complete over 160 hours of certified training and pass a comprehensive exam.
Thank you. I'm going to start sort of really general. Can you tell us what latent prints are?
Yes. Latent, by definition, is something that is present but not visible. So a latent print is an impression of friction-ridge detail that is not readily visible. Some processing techniques that can be chemical or physical are needed to help visualize those latent prints.
So we talk about latent prints, we're thinking of people's fingers. Where do we find latent prints on people?
Yes, let me start with defining what friction-ridge skin is. Friction-ridge skin are raised ridges on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. They are specialized and only located in those two areas. We often have oils and sweat and other residues on our hands, and when we touch an item, we can leave an impression of our friction ridge detail on that item.
And is that what most of us call latent prints, or I left a print behind?
Yes, fingerprints.
You started to talk about oils and things. Do people always leave behind a print if they touch an object?
It actually depends on a lot of different things. First off, the amount of oils and residues on our hands will determine whether an impression is left. Also, the deposition pressure, meaning are we gently tapping on something or are we like really pushing down on it, that will affect whether an impression is left and the quality of that print. The item itself is very important. Is it something that is receptive to prints? Items that are smooth, like glass, I am more likely to find a print on an item like that versus something that is textured and rough, like a cinder block. I would not expect to find a latent print on a cinder block. The condition of the item is also important. How many people may have come in contact with that item. All these different things affect whether an impression is left and the quality of that impression. We can very simply think of a stamp, our fingers being the stamps, the oils being the ink, and depending on how the stamp is placed on different items will determine how that impression looks.
Can environment also impact the quality of or whether or not a print remains?
Yes, the environment is also important. After a print is left, is it left out to the conditions of rain or does it get wet? Is there a dust storm? Is it in an area that it has high traffic? Like if a fingerprint is left on a door to a convenience store and 100 people go through there that day, impressions are left, but if I lift those prints, I might not be able to identify them because there are so many prints on top of each other.
And so that goes to the next thing. So are prints something that once you make it, it's permanent and there forever?
It is there until it is disturbed, so it can be there forever.
Can we wipe them away?
Yes.
Can they be smudged away?
They can, yes.
So can someone rubbing an object, like a smooth object, get rid of that?
Yes.
Are there different ways or different processes that you use to obtain latent prints or friction-ridge detail off of an object?
Yes, there are. First off, I want to define what a non-porous item is. A non-porous item is an item where water or air cannot pass through it. So when I first receive an item, I determine whether it is porous or non-porous because depending on that, I will use different processing techniques.
So for a non-porous item, what processes do you use to try to find friction-rich detail?
Yes. On non-porous items, the main processing technique that I use is called cyanoacrylate fuming, more commonly known as superglue fuming. So items are exposed to superglue fumes, and the fumes react to any oils and sweat in the latent print, creating a white visible print that is not readily destroyed.
So you've looked at the non-porous item. You don't see any prints on. Do you look visually first?
Yes, sorry. The very first thing we do is I look at the request sheet and see what items are needing to be tested in that case. And also I look to see what the requesting officer wants done with the case. Sometimes they are requesting that the item be swabbed for DNA. If an item is requested to be swabbed for DNA, I have to use clean techniques to help reduce and limit contamination. So clean techniques are when I bleach down all surfaces with bleach, I lay down a clean butcher paper, I use sterile equipment. I'm only analyzing and working with one item at a time, and I'm changing gloves between items to help prevent contamination. So if a request sheet requests DNA evidence, I will have to use clean techniques before I swab the item for DNA. After that, I will do a visual examination of the item. Before any processing techniques are conducted, I will take a flashlight and look at the item to see if I can see any latent prints with a flashlight. If I can see a visible print at this point, depending on the quality of that print, I will take a picture or lift that latent before I move on to any processes. So after each processing technique, I will have to document what I find with either photography, scanning on a scanner, or lifting with powder.
So you talked about photographing these latent prints. How do you do that? Like how do you take a photograph of that to ensure it's the right size or shape or whatever, so you can later use it for a comparison?
Yes, I have training and experience in taking photographs. So in the photograph, I have to have a scale in it. So I have a scale with the case number, and I am just trained to properly use the lighting I need, adjust the lighting, focus it correctly, have it level with the lens of the camera, and I take a picture and document where on the item the photograph was taken.
Okay. So how do you just told us you document where on the item the picture was taken. How do you do that so that you can later go back and say it's in the middle of a mirror or whatever it might be?
Yes, I try to be as clear and concise as possible, because like I said, I have to take a picture after every single step. So I have to take a picture if there is any latent print of the visible step, and then if I go on to doing the super glue fuming, I have to take a picture of that same latent. If I go on to another process called dye staining, which we apply our fluorescent dye to even better visualize the image, I have to take that same latent again. So it helps me out to be able to go to find that latent. So I try to be specific on where that latent was found.
Do you, when you are processing a non-porous item and you find what I'll call a partial print or something that looks like friction ridge detail, do you collect it, or do you say right then and there, I don't think that would be useful?
Yes. So when I am examining an item, at that stage, my conclusions are either no latents observed, meaning I didn't see any friction ridge detail at all, No value latents, meaning I did see some friction ridge detail, but I don't believe that I can do anything or compare them at a later point, or latents for analysis. So if I find sufficient, clear, latent print detail, I will take a picture of it. If I'm not sure, I go ahead and take a picture of it, because at this point, I am not really determining whether the print is identifiable. I am just saying that I'm taking this picture and I want to do further analysis on it at a later point.
So then for the analysis, are you then, after you process an item and you recover any latent prints that may be useful or which are you later asked to ever compare those recovered prints to known prints?
Yes.
What do we mean by a known print?
Yes. So a known print is known fingerprints that are collected from an individual. They're typically recorded electronically or with ink. So in my comparisons, I am always comparing a latent impression that was recovered or developed versus a exemplar, and I'm trying to determine whether or not the latent could have originated from that exemplar, or whether or not those two impressions could have been made by the same individual.
Can you tell us briefly, when you are looking at this recovered latent print and comparing it to a known, what are you looking for to be able to make an identification?
I will explain what methodology we use for latent print comparisons. It is called ACE-V, which stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. So in the analysis phase, I'm taking an assessment of the latent and the exemplar and determining whether or not they are suitable for comparison. If I determine they are suitable for comparison, I move on to the comparison phase. This is when I'm observing two impressions and I'm looking for the existence of similarities, differences, or discrepancies. Next is the evaluation phase. At this point, I am rendering a conclusion based on my analysis and comparison. The three different conclusions that can be reached are identification, exclusion, and inconclusive. So identification is the determination that the two impressions originated from the same person. Exclusion is the determination that the two impressions, the latent and the known, were not created by the same individual, or they do not have the same source. Lastly, I have a conclusion of inconclusive, and this is where I can neither identify nor exclude the individual from having made the print. So going back to analysis, during the analysis phase, I am looking at a lot of different things. First off, I'm trying to determine, is the print from a finger or is it from part of the palm? And also I'm determining the orientation of the print. If it's from the palm, I can also, depending on the ridge flow in the latent print, I can determine what area of the palm it came from. I'm looking at the shape of the impression. Like sometimes you have like a C-shaped impression, and that's this part of the palm. So this is called the writer's palm, and that's where I would look first when I'm doing a comparison. So besides that, I am looking at level 1, level 2, and level 3 detail. Level 1 detail is the actual flow or pattern of the ridges. Our fingers have 3 main patterns, which are loops, whorls, and arches. Next, I'm looking at second level detail. I'm looking at the ridge characteristics. So I'm looking at where the ridges end, which we call ridge endings. I'm examining where ridges split into two ridges, which are called bifurcations, and I'm marking any dots, which are very short ridges. So I'm examining the latent, and I'm marking up all these second level details so that I can later compare to the exemplar. I'm also noting if there's any scars present in the latent. I'm noting if there's some creases or if there are issues with the deposition pressure, or if there seems to be some movement in the latent. I'm documenting all of that stuff in the analysis phase of my analysis.
Leave that with her.
Okay.
Yeah. You recognize Exhibit 249 as an item that you were provided and asked to process to see if you could recover any latent prints or friction ridge detail. Sorry. It's a little awkward.
Yes, I do recognize this item.
And were you provided with that Exhibit 249, that bat, and asked to try to recover any latent prints from that bat?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us, in this Exhibit 249, what did you do to attempt to recover any, and did you recover any latent prints?
Yes. On the request, it was also requested that I process the item with clean techniques, because it was also requested that I swab the item for DNA. So I already went through that process and explained that. So I used clean techniques to process this item. And the very first thing I did when I opened up the packaging was I swabbed the textured grip for potential DNA. The reason I swabbed the grip first is because of the texture on that grip, I would not expect to find latent prints on the grip. So I didn't feel that I was potentially ruining any prints, because I don't feel that there would be fingerprints on that textured grip. So that was the very first thing I did. And then I did a visual examination of the bat with a flashlight to see if there were any visible prints at that point. And I don't believe there were, but I would have to check my notes.
But looking at your notes, help refresh your recollection as to whether or not you did find anything there.
Yes.
Do you have your notes up with you?
Yes.
If you want to take a look at those, and then let us know when you're done if that has refreshed your recollection. That refresh your recollection?
Yes. So at the visible stage, my conclusion was that there were no latents observed at the visual stage.
I'm going to put Exhibit 35 up here just so that we can all kind of see what we're talking about. So the gripped part here is what you were talking about, that you swabbed because you did not believe that prints would be recoverable on that texture that was on the bat?
Correct.
Okay. So then you visually look, you don't observe any latent prints or friction ridge detail?
Correct.
What did you do next?
I then used a processing technique of superglue fuming.
And when you used that process, did you locate or recover any latent prints or friction ridge detail?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how many and where?
Yes, I recovered two impressions that I took pictures of, and I would have to look at my notes to refresh where they were collected from.
If looking at your notes would help refresh as to where you located those, please do so, and then let us know when you've been refreshed.
I'm ready.
Where did you locate those two?
The first one was recovered in the W of the Rawlings that was above the diameter. I think Rawlings is also on the other side. So that's why I stated that it was the one that was right above where the diameter is. Okay. And the second one was recovered in between the G and the diameter.
Okay. Now, you told us that what you are recovering isn't always look like a finger, right? When you were recovering these latent prints, were you able to tell by just recovering them if it was a finger or, like you told us, a palm? When you looked at it, were you able to immediately identify where they came from?
They appear to be fingerprints.
Was there anything about the shape or, I guess, the shape of them that made you think that they were fingerprints?
The first image, it was just the shape of the impression just indicated to me that it was a fingerprint. The size of it indicated to me that it was a fingerprint.
Was the other one, the second print, slightly, I guess, not as clear on whether or not it was a fingerprint or potentially from some other area?
Correct.
Okay. Were you asked to then compare those two? Well, let me ask you, when you obtained these two, you told us there were 3 different levels. Obviously, you collected something. Did you believe these were able to make identifications, or what did you determine about the clarity, the detail of those 2 recovered prints?
For both impressions, in my analysis, I determined that both impressions were NVID, which stands for no value for identification. This means that the latents lack sufficient clarity, quantity, and or uniqueness to identify, but may be suitable for exclusion. So the impressions were possibly excludable, but I would not be able to identify who made those impressions.
So were you initially asked to try to identify them to 3 individuals?
Yes, I was first asked to compare the 2 impressions to 3 individuals.
And who were those 3 individuals?
Could I look at my notes, please?
Yes, if that would help refresh your recollection.
Yes, I was initially asked to compare the 3 impressions to a Charles Vallow, a Lori Vallow, and an Alexander Cox.
So you told us, though, they were of no value for identification. So did that sort of end that request?
Yes, so when there is only prints that are determined to be no value for identification, we routinely do not compare those prints, but we say, if you still want us to compare it to anyone, please let us know. But initially, we are not going to try to compare NVID prints to any individual because they cannot be identified.
So did you then, were you then requested to see if you could make any exclusions?
I was then requested to compare the 2 impressions to Charles Vallow to see if I can determine whether the two impressions did not originate from Charles Vallow.
Starting with the first impression that you found above the W, but the other side of the bat from what we see in 35 here, where there's a diameter marking. Were you able to reach any conclusions in looking at the prints from Charles Vallow and that recovered print?
Again, I went through the ACE-V process, and during the comparison phase and evaluation phase, I determined that the first latent, was inconclusive to Charles Vallow, meaning that I could neither identify nor exclude him from having made the impression.
So does that just mean there's just not enough in that print to do anything with?
Correct. So it lacks sufficient agreement in the detail to identify, and it lacks sufficient disagreement in the impressions to exclude.
And is that common when you have a latent print that just doesn't seem to have the level of detail just necessary for that?
Yes, that is a common conclusion.
So you're not saying it's Charles, you're not saying it's not Charles, you just can't do anything with it?
I could neither identify or exclude Charles Vallow.
So for the second print, did you also attempt to compare that to latent prints from Charles Vallow?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to reach any conclusions as to that?
Yes, my conclusion was that the latent was inconclusive to Charles Vallow due to lack of detail in the latent and exemplar.
Were you ever asked to try to exclude Alex Cox as having made those latent prints?
No. After I initially did not compare the latents to the three individuals on the named comparison, I was only asked to compare the two impressions to Charles Vallow.
So you also weren't asked to try to exclude or secondary compare to a Lori Vallow?
No, I was not.
And were you ever asked to compare to a Tylee Ryan?
No, I was not.
Did that sort of end your processing and comparisons of this bat?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
I have one question, Your Honor. You said earlier that the DNA that you collected, was that ever tested?
I don't know.
Is it sent somewhere else?
Correct. So the city of Chandler does not have the capability to test for DNA. Anytime we swab for DNA, we send it to the state lab for analysis.
So you swabbed it and sent it to the lab, and that was the last you heard of it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, so you can step down, ma'am. I think this is a good time to take our afternoon recess. We'll be at recess for 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
All right, afternoon recess, 15 minutes, and I think that is very much needed for the jurors after those two testimonies. A very technical, a retired detective with Chandler Police going over the digital forensics, and then someone that works on latent prints, taking a look at that baseball bat that was involved in this case. Marissa Francisco there, only one cross-examination question by Lori Vallow Daybell, and she asked about it being tested for DNA. It's not uncommon for a swab to be sent off to the state lab.
No, it's not uncommon. In fact, all the agencies, or most all agencies here, do that. And again, procedural, letting the jury kind of know, maybe where the state's going with some of these witnesses. Very dry again, but
important.
Yeah, very important, and a clarity on what is essentially a key piece of evidence at the scene of this shooting.
So none of the prints matched to anyone, including Charles Vallow.
It's all inconclusive.
Yeah, inconclusive. NVID Yeah, no value of identification or something like that. We're learning along the way here all these important terms and the science of it. So, Lori Vallow Daybell alleged that there was this fight and this struggle over the bat, and that Charles Vallow hit Alex Cox in the back of the head. Alex Cox had said that to police as well. So, the prints just show the evidence is inconclusive. There's a lack of detail. The way the prosecution lays out, they're not going to say that. Their job is to ask questions, and all you're getting are the facts, and probably wise for Lori to just ask one question and that's it. I mean, droning on with more cross-examination, I think she may have learned from some of her experiences the past few days.
Yeah, and there's not in this instance, these last two witnesses, not really a lot of opportunity for her to poke holes in any of this, because it doesn't change
the results.
No, it doesn't change the result that it was self-defense. And again, we've said before, Lori doesn't want to deviate from that.
Mhm.
She wants to maintain that it was in fact self-defense.
Yeah, how do you poke holes in the process? Marissa Francisco takes you through this very, very detailed process of what they do, what her job is. Yeah, and it took some time. Brittany Hennick says, well, she said she didn't do a match to Alex or Lori. Okay, so it hasn't matched to specifically Charles Vallow. Yeah, but still there were, as far as the prints, there were two. There's one in the W.
Yes.
And then one elsewhere.
Both on the logo, which was the head. If you've seen these, I think she kind of alluded to that. Marissa did that. Both of them were located near the top head of the bat, where the words are. Typically, on any of these bats, that's where the words are.
Okay, so spoiler alert: in 15 minutes, we're gonna get Kay Woodcock on the stand.
Yep.
As the 12th witness to testify in this case, and for the first time, she gets to go up against Lori Vallow Daybell. I mean, she's seen her in court, but this is the first time they'll be speaking to each other. Now, if we get to any cross-exam today, if Lori Vallow Daybell decides to cross-exam her, then that will be, it's just so wild to see, bizarre.
Yes, and she has up until this point cross-examined all of the personal witnesses, right? That we've seen,
except Christina.
That's right. Christina didn't get much, but
she didn't get any. Yeah.
Lori, and this is probably the most relatable part to her as the defendant. But also, as we know, Kay has been involved in all of the trials up until this point, so she's not new to this. She won't.
Her
for the
third
most part,
one.
Right. She won't be nervous. This won't be something where she's out of her element. And as you said, she's been kind of looking forward to this. This is the case. And for backstory, for those that may remember this, Kay was, I think, the one person in all of this who was diligent in getting the media to pay attention to the shooting. She was the one calling us. She was the one saying, look, this was not self-defense. There's something wrong. And then where are the children? She, I think, can be credited with a lot of helping to get the word out about Lori, and that none of this was an accident and this needs to be investigated. At least from our perspective, I remember talking to Kay early on in the fall of 2019. I think I want to say it was around September. And then of course, when we
December 2019, yeah, so it goes way back. So I'm story time. So Kay Woodcock had posted on Facebook about this crazy events, this series of events that happened. Brandon Boudreaux had basically posted the same thing. They basically had the same post talking about how Alex was dead, Tammy Daybell had been exhumed and died months earlier. Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at, and the kids were missing. So that post, and we were alerted to this, and obviously the press release by Rexburg PD at the time, that these kids were missing, and the persons of interest were married couple, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and that they weren't cooperating. They were not suspect. Now, usually in cases like this, people don't want to speak to the media because an investigation is ongoing. Sometimes authorities will say, don't speak to the media. You don't want to jeopardize anything because you haven't even identified them as suspects or just persons of interest at the time. And Kay Woodcock and Larry Woodcock were very much media friendly. So we'll talk to whoever we need to talk to. And so I was the first one to ever interview them, and they were still even like trying to get their FaceTime right, and they were not savvy to that. And now we've seen them, just become so good at it, and they've Zoomed with media outlets, and they've They've come a long way because they've had to. They were forced to. So that was how it started. And I messaged them on Message K on Facebook and Brandon on Facebook saying, hey, I want to talk to you about this. This is just an unbelievable story. And then so December 22nd, 2019, we do the interview on a Sunday. And then Sunday night, we air the story of this whole saga, explaining that Charles Vallow had been shot and killed in July of 2019. And at the time, it was looked at as self-defense by Alex Cox. So yes, in a long way of saying it, they had come to a point where they had no choice but to put everything out there. As strange as it sounded, they went to social media, and then the calls started coming in. Because how do you explain the story to people who don't know who Lori and Chad are? It looks like any missing children poster. Sadly, it happens a lot. And sometimes, police finally reach the parents. And if it's like, a divorce battle, whatever's custody issue, and everything gets cleared up. So there's a lot of, cynicism to that. And the rest is history. We just kept pushing, and they knew something was off. And then she started telling us in that first interview that Lori had changed, that she started believing these things about the end of the world, and it was all because of Chad Daybell. And we just kept going from there.
Yeah, the story kept getting more wild as it went along, and I think I'm guilty of it. I've been in this business a long time, very skeptical of a lot of what we get into our newsroom, right? You have to be. You have to kind of filter some of this and figure out what's true, what isn't. And so, I think in the beginning, even I was guilty of thinking there's some of this may be true, but some of this seems a little far-fetched, even for Arizona standards. But then again, at the end of the day, I look back and think that had Kay not been so vigilant in getting the word out there, like you said, social media, newsrooms, things like that, that this story may have never come to light as soon as it did. And whether it would have protected and ultimately saved the lives of some of the people involved, who knows? But she deserves a lot of the credit.
Because here's the lesson, like, to people who want to get their story out, if you're not willing to go on camera and tell your story, it's harder for us to report. A lot of times we get tips and say, look into this, look into that. And it sounds interesting, but when we ask, hey, would you be willing to talk to us? All of a sudden it's like, well, not me, but I know so-and-so will talk. And then we go down that route, and that person's like, well, maybe not me, but I know this person. And so you have to, it's a 50-50 effort. Like, first of all, you giving us the trust, and then us also, reaching back out, reciprocating that. I'm like, okay, we believe you, but this is what we need to make a case here. And we reported this on a Sunday night.
Right. And police are never going to tip their hand, right? They're never going to jeopardize an investigation if, in fact, they are looking for Lori, or they are looking to find out where the kids are, or, and so it really is upon us to start digging. And then maybe we do force the hand of police, or maybe we get them, to understand sense of urgency. But this is all part of the process that we go through in cases like this.
And it took months, because I'm sorry, I'm going back into story time to 2020 and late 2019. But I kept pitching follow-ups to report on this story, and it took from December until February 20th or something like that, till finally Lori was arrested. So that gap of time, she was just walking around Hawaii with Chad. Yes. So you had this mystery, and you had this like extreme question of what is going on. Why is this couple just acting like nothing's happened? Where are the kids? And Nate Eaton goes to Kauai and asks Lori and Chad, where are the kids? But to finally get the validation, at least, that there were charges, and that was endangerment, endangering her children. It didn't start as anything bigger than that, because they couldn't find the kid, so they couldn't say they couldn't do a murder
and
charge.
She wasn't helping,
at
obviously.
the time. Exactly. So it took months. So I think that is one of the great examples of when journalism happens, and not just us, but so many media outlets that say, okay, this is a story, and you just know in your gut this is a story.
And there, you could feel the pressure, right? You could feel that there was enough interest in this. People outside of those of us following the story, there were a lot of people in the community who wanted to know what's going on here, and then again, to Nate's credit, going to Hawaii, tracking her down, realizing, okay, why are you not cooperating with detectives? Why are you not telling them where the kids are? And then her nonchalant non-answer, if you will, that almost added more fuel to that fire. And then, of course, we all know the pandemic hit. Right
Yeah,
in
this
March
was
of
all
yeah.
happening during the pandemic, and after and when everything shut down was literally about a week after Lori had been extradited from Hawaii back to Idaho, and we're all bunched together in a group of people March 5th, 2020, outside that Idaho courthouse, not knowing what's going to happen to the world and like what germs are spreading around. And then a week later, we're not even in the TV station, and everyone starts working. There's so much happen. I mean, you got to think Lori Vallow Daybell's story was headlining newscast and on social media at a time when COVID was coming out. Kobe Bryant had died, Kobe and Gigi, and just so much was happening, yet her name was still in the news cycle, and there was this thirst and this hunger for more and more developments. And I mean, even before the kids have been found, we have been the first to report that, hey, there are these emails between her and Chad where they're grading her family members, light spirits and dark spirits. And so now I think about like, wow, we got that on air. We had to, cross our T's, dot our I's, and make sure like we had everything covered.
Right.
And then this all comes out in trial, and police was okay. So it was correct. This stuff was being circulated between this inner circle.
Yeah, and there's obviously a lot of interest from the LDS community in this story, at least at that time. Large LDS community here in Arizona, for those that are watching from out of state. Boise, large LDS community.
Yep.
And so I think between the two, you have, you have a woman whose children are missing. You throw in the religion part. Again, despite a pandemic, despite everything that was happening, I think the public interest in this case helped get some answers, but then really put the pressure on, I think more so on Lori and Chad at that point to find out, all right, where you can't ignore, you can ignore the media.
You have the FBI involved.
Yes,
too.
yeah, but you cannot ignore them, and they will get to the bottom of what happened to the children.
And Lori was arrested first, and Chad was free until the remains of the children were found in June 2020. Then he was finally arrested. So much has happened. And then finally an indictment a year later for murder. So still was just concealment of evidence, the charges on them in June 2020. They had to basically tie everything together. All this to say that Kay Woodcock has been there from the beginning, Kay and Larry, and we're about to see her take the stand in just a few minutes. So with that said, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll take you back into the courtroom when she takes the stand. All right, you're looking at the state seal of Arizona. And the next witness to take the stand, as we know, Kay Woodcock, the sister of Charles Vallow,
We're on the
former
record.
sister-in-law
Jury is present.
of
State
Lori
calls
Vallow
next
Daybell.
witness.
She will come in and take her oath.
All right, ma'am.
And just imagine testifying in your third trial as a key witness.
You do
3
solemnly
murder
swear that
trials.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go and have a seat to my left.
Just feet away from Lori Vallow Daybell, Kay Woodcock heads to the stand and will be questioned by prosecutor Trina Kay.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's younger sister.
How old are you?
How old am I today?
Today.
64.
And are you married?
Yes.
Where do you currently live?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
I want to talk to you about your siblings. You told us that you are Charles's sister. How many siblings were there in your family?
6.
And where did Charles fall into that?
He was number 3.
Who are the other siblings?
My oldest sister, Terry, then my next sister, Susan, then Charles, then Jerry, then me, then Bobby.
And where did you guys grow up?
We're in Lake Charles.
Okay. Were you close with your brother?
Yes, I was.
Did you know his wife, Lori Vallow?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out in the courtroom and tell us what she's wearing?
She's the defendant over there in the black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
I want to talk to you sort of about Lori and Charles. Were you at their wedding?
No, they went to Las Vegas.
Do you recall what year they got married?
2006.
Did they have a reception that?
I don't know if that's what you'd call it, but there was a family gathering in March of 2006 at a ranch in near Austin, Texas, that we all went to.
Okay, kind of to celebrate that?
Yes.
Had your brother Charles been married before?
Yes.
Did he have any children from his prior marriage?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And who were they?
Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow.
And did you know if Lori had any children from a prior marriage?
Yes. Colby Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
When Lori and Charles got married, did Charles's 2 sons live with them?
Live with Charles and Lori?
Yeah.
No.
Did they stay with their mother?
Yes, they did. They visited, but they never lived there.
Where were they? Was that in Arizona or still in Texas?
In Austin.
I want to ask you sort of some of the ages of the children involved. In July of 2019, was Tylee still a minor?
Yes.
So she was still living with them?
Yes.
In July of 29, do you know if Colby was still a minor?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, Colby was not.
He was an adult at
He
that
was
point.
an adult.
And in July of 2019, were Charles's 2 sons, Cole and Zach, still minors or adults?
They were adults.
Okay. Did Charles and Lori have any children together?
They adopted my grandson, JJ.
And can you tell us how that worked out?
How that worked out,
Or
meaning
how did they get involved in adopting your grandchild?
Charles approached me about it one day. He called and I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on then, and that was my son's child, and there was a lot going on. So I just told him then, look, I can't make a decision like that. We don't know how this is going to go. Just, well, just keep me in mind. Keep it in mind. And so I kept it in mind.
And do you recall, when did they adopt JJ?
It was final in July of 2014.
How old was he then?
He was 2.
Okay. Did JJ have any special needs?
Yes, he was autistic, and he was born 10 weeks premature.
Okay. So he took a little extra care.
He did, absolutely.
Do you recall, so if he was 2 and they adopted him, how old was he in July of 2019?
He was 7. We spent his 7th birthday together in Lake Charles.
So in July of 2019, to your knowledge, Lori and Charles still had 2 children under the age of 18 with them, Tylee and JJ?
Yes.
So if in July of 2019, Lori Vallow was saying she had 5 kids she was taking care of, you were unaware of the other 3?
There were not 5 there, no. There were 2.
Can you tell us about the relationship between Charles and JJ?
Charles was the best dad. I mean, he was always doting on him. The arrangement I figured out eventually was that if Charles was working out of town, Lori had him all by herself, and so when Charles got back to town, JJ was his to take care of, 100%.
Would Charles bring JJ to visit your side of the family in Louisiana?
Oh, yes.
Did you regularly see him?
Yes. Once JJ learned how to fly, and excuse me, I need water. Once JJ learned how to fly, and that he was, because he was autistic, something like that is a big deal for him, and he loved it. So he was a little flyer. He loved to go in the airplane.
What did your brother Charles do for a living?
He sold annuities. He was a financial planner.
And how long did you know him to do that?
If I had to guess, 20 years, I guess.
Did he work for others or have his own business? What do you recall?
He had his own business.
Had he previously any times ever worked for others?
Yes.
Okay. But in July of 2019, he had his own business?
Yes.
Did he have a business partner?
He did, yes.
Did his job require him to travel a lot?
He did. He would be gone 3 or 4 days a week on average. Sometimes he didn't have to travel, but he was just, but yeah, he would be gone 3 or 4 days a week when he would be working.
I want to ask you a little bit about Charles. Was he sort of a meticulous person when it came to paperwork?
Oh, yes. I mean, for when you're doing that type of work, you have to be meticulous and methodical, and you can't make any errors, and you can't miss a dot or crossing a T, because it will get kicked back to you, and then it just causes a lot of delay and a lot of trouble. So he was actually, he said, there was never anybody I've ever trusted to do this for me. And I was like, well, I'll do it for you, because
all right, we'll stop here.
Yeah.
So when Charles was working as financial planner, do you know if he had Lori help him with any part of his job?
I don't really know exactly what she did, but yes.
Okay.
But I don't know what she did.
Prior to Charles being a financial advisor, did he have a very different career? in sports?
Oh, he was, he quit, I don't know if, I don't remember because I was quite young then, but he did, I believe he was drafted in the early 70s into the Houston Astros minor league.
So when you were growing up, did you see your brother playing baseball?
I was raised at a baseball field. If it wasn't Charles, Jerry played for years, my other brother, but Charles stuck with it, and that's how he got to college with a degree, with a scholarship.
So you got stuck many a night and a weekend having to be at the ball field with your brother.
Yes.
What position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did he do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Right, left-handed? After your brother, well, let me ask you, do you know how long he played in the semi-pro?
I don't. He had moved to Houston, and but he blew out his knee, and that's ended that right there.
Did your brother stay in shape after that, even though he blew out his knee?
Oh yes, he was always doing something, always bike riding, hiking, just anything. Gym, he was very active.
So every time you saw him, he was taking care of himself.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about religion. Did your family grow up in the LDS church or faith?
No, we did not.
Did you know Charles to ever convert to the LDS faith?
He did at some point during his marriage to Lori.
Okay. When Lori and Charles were married, did they always live in one state, or did they move?
No, they lived here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, Chandler, Gilbert, and then they moved to Hawaii in 2014, and then they moved back late 2016 or early 2017.
Back to?
Oh, back here to Phoenix area.
Do you recall where they were, what state they were in when they met?
When Charles and Lori met?
Yeah.
They were in Texas.
Texas, okay. In 2018 and 19, you told us that Charles and JJ would come visit you and the family regularly.
Yes.
In March of 2018, did you have a member of your family pass away?
Yes, my mother did in March of 18.
Did Charles come out for that?
Yes, he did. He was there for her services. Lori was not, and we felt like something was going on. Well, actually, my husband felt it before I did, and then when she didn't show for my mother's funeral, I just thought that was just appalling. It appalled me that she wouldn't even come to something like that with her husband.
What was your relationship like with Lori?
Because of the work I did, the company we owned, I was on the phone an extreme amount of time, all the time. So I really don't like to call people. I'm not a phone person. I'll text you all day long, but I really don't like to talk. And so Lori and I never really had a big phone relationship. It was a text here and there, but mostly Charles would keep me up to date as to different things that were going on, or what they were up to, or Charles would call. Yeah, Charles would call me mostly.
So it sounds like you weren't close with her.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. And we just took up where we left off. And she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy to talk to. And so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
Okay. So continuing in 2018, do you recall seeing Charles and JJ coming out to visit you guys in October of 2018?
Yes.
What was that for?
Just a weekend visit.
Okay. What about in November of 2018? Did you see Charles and JJ then?
We did. My husband and myself and my granddaughter, we went to Las Vegas, and Charles and JJ met us there for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. I thought that was odd. He wasn't with his family. He said Lori was sick, or Tylee was sick, is what he told us. But it just, he just wouldn't share what all was going on at that point. Then when he finally did, he unloaded it all.
So in 2018, did you have any idea there were any, let me say this, in 2018, did you have some concerns about their relationship?
Yes, it was, for him to come as often as they were coming was odd, and he was just unsettled, and we knew something was going on, but he would never say. Okay. So he talked to us when he was ready.
When we get into 2019, did you start to see your brother more?
Yes.
First, without going into what Charles said, did you ever become aware finally that his marriage with Lori was in trouble?
Yes, I did.
In 2019, again, without going into what Charles said, did you ever believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel. Well, I guess Tylee was, I'm not sure. And because she didn't want to have any fighting, so they went to a hotel. And I came out. I knew Charles the next day. That's when she sent it to me. And then I just really I didn't call Charles. I knew he'd call me, and he sure enough did. And he was a mess. And so I flew out the next day out here to help him with JJ, and just to come and talk to him and see what was going on. He was alone, and Lori's family turned their backs on him and JJ. Okay.
Let's just kind of break it all down here.
All right.
Now you got a lot that you remember. So you said that you got a text from Lori indicating that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said that Charles then called you maybe the next day?
Yeah.
And you came out here to Arizona?
Yes.
When you came out here to Arizona, did you become aware at that point that there was a big problem now with their relationship?
There was a huge problem now with their relationship.
And during this time when you had come out here, do you remember approximately when that was?
Like the 1st of February of 2019, or the 2nd. It was right in there.
When you came out here, did you then speak with Charles about his concerns for his safety? Just yes or no?
About his what?
His concerns for his safety.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's just yes. Is this the time where, well, let me ask it this time. When you came out here, did you see Lori?
No.
When you came out here, did anyone know where Lori was?
No, nobody was talking about where she was. Nobody would tell Charles where she was.
So your brother was trying to find where she was?
Yes, he was.
Where was JJ at this time?
He was with Charles, and that's one of the reasons I came out was to help him with JJ, because he was quite a handful, and Charles was a mess. He was broken. He was a broken-hearted man.
So you come out here. Charles has JJ. Where's Tylee? Do you know?
She's, as far as we knew, she was staying at Lori's brother's. That's what we knew then.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
No.
Okay. How long did Charles have JJ where he's looking for Lori and can't find her?
Well, that portion of the time was 58 days, and I knew how many days it was because every day Charles would say something. He would tell me.
So he was counting them.
He would count
them. Were you out here the whole time? What'd you do?
I could work remotely at the time, so I did stay out here a lot, often, but I would fly back. I was back and forth between Louisiana and here from February until the end of March, because at that point we moved Charles to Houston.
Okay. So the end of March, you said you were moving Charles to Houston. Was that with JJ?
Yes.
Why was Charles going to be, why are you helping him move to Houston?
Because Charles told me that Lori did not want JJ anymore, or Tylee, or him. And I said, okay, well, look, what if you move to Houston and I'll be 2.5 hours away, and when you go out of town, I'll come and stay with JJ. And so he was talking about hiring a nanny, and I said, no, I will be the nanny, and I'll come and take care of him when you have to work. And it's easy enough, and you won't have to pay a penny.
So when Charles has JJ, you're helping take care of JJ in this time period in February and March?
Yes.
What about Charles's business? Did you help with that at all?
Yes. I had to get my arms around the whole thing. All the payments that needed to be made, the accounts, the emails, all that stuff you have to change over and change the password and all that, so Lori couldn't access it any longer.
You said you had your own job. What were you doing at that time in addition to helping your brother?
My husband and I owned a coastal crew change. It was a transportation company for the offshore oil and gas and LNG industry.
Okay. So you're trying to work that job and help Charles with his business.
Yes, I had a really great assistant who helped me an awful lot.
Do you remember when you were packing up to move Charles to Houston?
Yes.
You there?
I was there.
Did Lori show back up?
She did. I was in the pantry in the kitchen, packing up the pantry, and I don't know what, just something caught my attention, and I walked out, and she was standing there. She had her back to me. Charles was sitting at the table on his phone, and he obviously didn't realize that she was there. And then finally, when he hung up, he looked up and there she was, and he started crying, and she started yelling.
Do you recall what she was yelling about?
That, why did you take JJ? Why did you take JJ? Why did you take him out of school? Why are you moving? What are you doing? All this is your fault. It was just ridiculous.
So she'd been gone for 58 days, leaving.
No contact whatsoever.
And then she shows up at the house when you guys are moving out.
Yeah.
What was Charles's demeanor reaction? You said he was crying?
He was at first, but then he was just trying. Charles was a very soft-spoken man, and he was just trying to get a word in edgewise. And finally, Lori settled down a little bit, and they went and they talked for a while in the living room, or the I guess it's like a great room, and then they moved to the bedroom to talk, and I could still hear every now and then Lori would get a little loud, but they were talking. And then I remember that Lori came. Let's see, I was sitting at the dining table, and she stood next to me and she said, "I love you, KK." And I said, "Well, I love you too. I'm sorry this is happening." And she cried, and I didn't know what to do, really. So, I just was there. And then she walked off, and the next day she came. I don't know who came, but they got Tylee's belongings out of the casita where all of Tylee's belongings were. And I don't remember if she got anything of hers. I really don't remember.
Okay. So are we now talking the end of March, beginning of April of 2019, when Charles is moving back to Houston?
Yeah.
Did he bring JJ with him?
Yes. Well, in order for me and Charles to move in, Larry, I flew out here and brought JJ back to Louisiana with me, and then my husband, Larry, kept him for a week while I flew back here to help Charles pack and then drive back to Houston.
All right, so you guys rented a big truck and drove it?
He drove the U-Haul. I drove his pickup.
All right. When you and Charles got to Houston, then did your husband bring JJ back?
Yes, he did.
Through all of this time with Charles, when he was looking for Lori while she was gone for those 58 days, did he still want Lori to be part of JJ's life?
He did. He never was trying to take that away from Lori, even though Lori didn't want him anymore. I still didn't. I never really understood that, but I guess he was just hoping for the best. But yes, he absolutely wanted her to be part of his life, Lori's life.
So once Charles moved to Houston, did Lori ever also move out there?
I don't know if you call it moved out there, but she did. She came that day on March 28th. Charles said, "Look, we're moving to Houston. You're welcome to come. I'll fly you out Sunday." And she said, "No, I'm busy. I have a project," or something she was doing in Hawaii. She said, "It'll be about 2 weeks and I'll be in Houston." So whatever she did, she was gone for 2 more weeks. It was a total of 72 days, I believe, she was gone altogether. And then she was there. She and Tylee moved in at Charles's, and Charles said that she slept in JJ's room with him.
So the first 2 weeks when Charles and JJ are in Houston without Lori, were you ever there to help with JJ or Charles's business?
No, Lori was there.
I guess
JJ was
before she moved there. The 2 weeks.
Oh, I think.
Or did
no,
you?
I had to go home for a little while, but Charles came like the weekend, and, so if I wasn't here, he was there.
Okay. So once you drove him there, you may have stayed to help him, and then you went home.
Yeah.
And you weren't there when Lori came to Houston?
No.
You told us that you had been helping your brother with his business, and I think you'd said something about changing passwords.
Yeah.
Was that to different financial accounts?
Right. Credit card, banks, stuff like that. Yeah, the password to Google, the password to,
all the things you use for business.
Yeah, yes.
And so when you started helping him, you had changed a lot of those passwords.
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or at some point, did Charles stop asking you to help him with the business?
He did, and that's when Lori came back.
Okay. Now, you said that your brother worked in annuities, right?
Yes.
Right, that last part of the time when you were working with him up through sort of the end of March, beginning of April, were you aware of Charles coming into a large amount of money?
He was receiving an annuity, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but he was receiving like $125,000 check for his commission for annuities, and Lori obviously knew that because she was there just a few days before that came into the bank. That was deposited into the bank. I had access to the bank, so I would watch that.
Okay. So even though Lori came back, you still had the passwords to look into Charles's account?
Yes.
Do you know how long Lori stayed in Texas with Charles?
It's like she wasn't there the entire time, but she was always traveling through May. I'll say towards the end of May. I'm not for sure exactly what day.
Okay. So at some point, a couple months later, you become aware that she has left Houston?
Yes.
Did you know where she went?
Yeah, she was back back here.
Did JJ come with her when she moved back here to Arizona?
He did.
And did you know, did your brother move back here?
No, he did not.
And with your access to the finances, were you aware whether or not Charles was paying for a house here in Arizona for Lori and JJ?
I really don't recall seeing that transaction. I really don't, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. At that time, I was selling my company, and so I had a lot going on at that time, and that's when it was really getting, the due diligence. The company was doing their due diligence, so I had to provide a lot of information for them, and so it really was perfect timing because then I got super busy with my company, and I didn't have to deal with all of Charles's because Lori was back.
Let me ask you something else. Were you aware of when Charles met Lori, or they got married? Do you know if she worked?
She was a hairdresser. She did work as a hairdresser, and I don't know exactly when she quit working, but she didn't. I don't think she worked long, if she did, after they got married.
Okay. So for most of the time when you knew them to be married, you did not see her working outside the home?
No.
Did Charles, I guess, work so she could stay home with the kids?
Yes, he was fine with being a one income, letting her stay home, tend to the kids, and he would be the money maker.
Now, I know that we've talked about Charles working in the area of financial planning. Did you know if Charles had a life insurance policy?
Yes.
That's something that, how did you learn about that?
Well, I mean, he had told my husband Larry and I years ago, he helped us acquire $1 million life insurance policy for me and my husband each. And because he always had one, and Lori had one, so that was nothing new or unusual to talk about.
Okay. At some point when you were helping Charles, when Lori had disappeared and Charles didn't know where she was, did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes, it was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, "Look, I'm going to take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as a beneficiary." And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it, and I was like, okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay. And I never followed up to see if he changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
So the discussion you had of that change was during that time period when he couldn't find Lori, had no idea where he was, and he was taking care of JJ?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you were helping him take care of JJ?
Yes.
So if something had happened to Charles during that time when Lori wasn't around, would you have taken care of JJ?
Yes, he would have come back to me and my husband.
So I want to kind of go to right around that July time period. Do you recall when was the last time, I'll start with, when was the last time you saw your brother, Charles?
That's a good question. Probably must have been in June.
And do you recall where that was or the
I think
circumstances?
he came to Lake Charles for the weekend.
Did you see JJ then?
Yeah, no. The last time I saw JJ was May 18th.
When was the last time you recall speaking or texting with your brother Charles?
He texted me the night before he was shot, and just, hey, I'm going to be in Phoenix tomorrow, and how's it going? And just a little short text, and I'm boarding the plane now, and I'll be back in Phoenix in a little bit. And then he told me a few other things he had planned, but that was not much, not a big deal.
Did
Nothing
you think
major.
he was going to Phoenix to just see JJ?
Yes.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
No, he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that. But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, you know, Adam was part of it, and you know, they were just. I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they loved Charles, him and his wife.
Do you have any knowledge of Charles wanting to get a place here in Phoenix so he could be closer to JJ?
I don't remember that, but I can't remember that. I mean, I don't think I don't know.
No,
I can't
okay,
answer that.
that's okay. I want to talk to you then about, so you talked to your brother, just kind of normal stuff as he was, before he got here to Phoenix. How did you learn that your brother Charles was dead?
It was on July the 12th. I was at a nail salon in Lake Charles, my granddaughter and I, and I got a call from his oldest son, Cole, and he said, "Hey, what is going on? I just got a text from Lori, and she said Dad's dead." And I said, wait, what did you just say? And he told me again, and I said, something's wrong with that. That can't be true. And I said, have you tried to call her? And Cole's like, yeah, she won't. I'm trying calling, she's not answering. He was freaking out, and I was like, okay, Cole, just give me a minute. Let me think about this. Let me see, and I'll call you back. I promise, as soon as I can figure this out. So I called my husband to tell him, and he said, okay, well, I told him that what the Cole said, and he said, hey, let me call you back in a minute. And so I was still at the nail salon trying to get out of there, and he called and he said, he's dead. I Googled him, and he's dead. Alex killed him yesterday. And I mean, that was just like, it was horrible. I have to call my siblings and let them know. Thank you. And everybody was freaked out. I didn't know what to do. But I did call Cole back and let him know that it was true, and just was telling him, let's keep in touch. You find out something, I find out something, we'll let each other know. And
did you try to reach out to Lori?
I've tried calling, texting Charles. I tried calling, texting Lori, and at some point she texted me. She returned a text, something like, I'm having to deal with a lot of stuff and I'm busy, and she was too busy to even call his family to say that he was dead by her brother killing him. And
take a breath. So you had tried to reach her, and she was too busy to talk to you.
Yeah.
Did you ever? What was the burial plans? Did you ever get Charles back? What happened with him?
We ended up calling a detective, the detectives in Chandler, since that's where it happened, and we were able to speak to a detective. I don't know who, but we told them that I had already arranged us a flight for the next day. We were here by noon Saturday because I needed to know where JJ was. I didn't know what he had seen. I didn't know what he knew. I knew he would be. I knew it wasn't good, and but I couldn't. We had to talk to the detectives before I did anything with Lori. So, and we had to wait till Sunday to meet with Nate Moffitt. And then when we talked to him is when I told him about the life insurance policy, and that Lori, that I didn't know if Charles had ever changed it to me like he said he was going to do. And so I didn't know, but I just knew we had to get JJ because he was not safe with her.
Let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to Charles. Where was Charles buried, or where was what was done with his remains?
Well, this was before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money. She had him cremated, and he was mailed. He was FedEx or whatever over to my office, along with his Letterman's jacket from high school and a couple pair of cheap sunglasses and 1 or 2 watches. It was just a few little trinkets. And Charles had a watch collection, and she just sent some crap.
So she cremated him and FedExed him to you?
Yes.
Sent him to your work office?
Yes.
Now you're saying this is before she learned the life insurance policy was not going to be, she was not going to be the beneficiary. Did you set up like a service for Charles in?
Yes, my family and I made arrangements for a memorial service to happen in Lake Charles on August the 3rd, which was, he was killed July 11th. So took us a little bit to put it together, but we did.
Did you talk to Lori about having JJ come out for Charles's service?
I think the last time I talked to Lori was she told us that she wanted, I asked her, what can we do in Houston? I was trying to be nice because I knew she had something to do with his murder. And I'm not one that can just lie off the cuff. I'm a bad liar. And so when I did talk to her, and it was a long, awkward conversation I had with her, but I was like, what do you want us to do with that stuff at the house in Houston? But when we got to the house in Houston, and she did, y'all please go do what you want to do with it, see what Cole wants, y'all split it up, y'all take it.
She gave you permission to go to the house in Houston and take whatever was there?
Yes, and when we got there, none of Charles's personal belongings were there, nothing at all. And that, I couldn't figure out why nothing of Charles's or JJ's was there. Or wait, nothing of Charles's was there. Just his business files and the big furniture, sofa, beds, stuff like that.
So you went there, you did that. How did you, and you told us that you did not know for sure if your brother had ever changed the beneficiary from Lori to you. How did you find out if that was done?
I think it was the following week. A lady from Banner Life, that's where it's policy, who wrote the policy. A lady called and said that I was the beneficiary. I was the sole beneficiary, and what was our address, and she wanted to verify a few things and to send out the check.
When you got that call, did you ever have Lori confront you about the life insurance policy?
Did I ever have Lori what?
Yeah, did Lori ever confront you about being the beneficiary for Charles's life insurance policy?
Yes. She didn't call and do it. She sent me a text one night, a picture or two of a screenshot. She took a screenshot of the change of beneficiary form with my name on it. And she said something to the effect of 5 kids and his sister gets all the money, or is that why you want JJ? Something to that effect, which it made no sense. I want JJ, period. That was a dumb statement by her.
So let me ask you this. So she told you again that she was left with these 5 kids, right?
Yeah, 5 kids. She had Colby and Tylee and JJ. And Colby was out of the house, so it was just Tylee and JJ.
So she's messaging you this, saying how upset she is because she has 5 kids to take care of.
Yeah.
And then she tells you that, is this why you wanted JJ to come to Charles's service?
No, I had already gotten the okay from her to come get him. I was going to fly here, pick him up, go back to Louisiana, keep him for a week and attend this, so he could attend the service during that time. And when she found out when she found the change of beneficiary form, she said that she was too busy. They were moving to Hawaii, and it would be too confusing for JJ to come, and he needed to be with her.
So after she found out and had confronted you about that change of beneficiary where you are now getting Charles's life insurance policy, she changed her mind and refused to let JJ go to Charles's service, his dad's service. After this confrontation about Charles making you the beneficiary of the life insurance policy, did that pretty much end most of the contact you had with Lori, other than you reaching out to talk with JJ?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, Cross.
Ms. Woodcock, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a while.
hear you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Just briefly. You were asked about the relationship between your brother and Tylee. How old was Tylee when Lori and Charles got married?
She was 3, or right around 3.
So was Charles in her life for most of her memorable years?
Exactly. Yes, he was.
And how old was she in July of 2019?
She was 16. Yeah,
So teenager.
Yes.
In terms of their relationship, are you saying that Charles and Tylee never had good times?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I saw them have good times, and it wasn't, it wasn't that they couldn't look at each other, or, it wasn't like that. But I mean, yeah, a teenage girl on one is hard anyway. But I do know that there was a lot of issues with her dad and Lori with her ex-husband and custody, and it was a mess. It was a mess.
So Tylee had a lot going on in her life.
Yes, she did.
And you would see her and Charles at times have difficulty getting along.
I never really saw anything that sticks out in my mind. But I just know he'd tell me how it was just difficult. And as a step parent, it can be very difficult. I can attest to that.
So on July 11th, when Charles Vallow was killed, did you actually have any idea that your brother was dead?
None at all. How would I know?
So, in terms of you learning that your brother was dead, it was never from Lori Vallow.
Or from her.
It was
from Google that my husband found.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from anyone on the jury? I don't see any questions. You can step down now.
Thank you.
My goodness.
Done. All right. Members of the jury, that's going to conclude trial for this week. No trial tomorrow. I'm going to try to start early on Monday and Tuesday only. So just to preview next week, I plan on, if you guys can all be here at 10 a.m. ready to start.
Lauren may be dialing back in. I'm not
Monday
sure.
and
She looked like
Tuesday.
she was calling.
And then Wednesday and Thursday we'll be back to the 10:30 a.m. All right? I'll remind you to remember the admonition and avoid any sort of information about this case that you do not receive from this, that's outside of this courtroom, I should say. All right, thank you. We'll be at recess.
All right, we are in recess right now. What a day to end a long week of trial. You see Kay Woodcock testifying against her former sister-in-law. What a day. The jurors being excused right now as they get ready to come back next week, earlier, Monday and Tuesday, at 10 a.m. start Pacific time. And then a little bit of housekeeping in court right now. I mean, the judge will ask if anybody has any questions or any comments to make, but we know court goes to recess after this. So right now you are watching our coverage of the Doomsday murder trial. Lori Vallow Daybell with a very short cross-examination. I am shocked. Very short to question Kay Woodcock, who's been waiting to face her for a long, long time. And she ends with the same question she had in the other cross-examinations. Did you personally see me conspire with Alex Cox to kill Charles Vallow? Kay Woodcock says, no, I didn't, but I did see a lot of evidence that suggested that. I mean, Wow, and an emotional testimony.
Emotional testimony. We're obviously waiting for this. Probably the shortest testimony of the day among all the witnesses. But clearly, I think this is what jurors needed to see in this case. If you're the state, anyway, from the state's perspective, they obviously needed to see the cross from Lori. But I think the state, this is, if you ask them, this is probably what they wanted to hear from Kay on the stand.
This is the last civilian witness. 5 civilian witnesses, and to end it with Kay, I mean, that was huge. First off, I told you guys in the chat that we were able to catch Colby Ryan outside of court, our crew. Hopefully right now we want to see if we can get to Lauren Clark, Fox 10's Lauren Clark, our reporter on the ground outside the courthouse today, and getting Colby Ryan's comments just after this long day. Lauren, can you hear me? Not dialed in right now? Okay. Well, there's Lauren right there outside the courthouse. We are going to communicate with her and bring her back on, because I want you guys to be able to hear that. But again, there was a lot that I have not seen Kay Woodcock get emotional like that. And it's been occasional. Obviously, this has been a very, very long saga. So there have been times where you see her cry, but she's tough. And in this case, she really broke down in front of the jury, talking about how she learned her brother was shot and killed, and how she could not get any information from Lori on the details because Lori was too busy, allegedly.
Well, and we've heard this numerous times in this trial about people being asked, when did you learn Charles had been killed? Several said, even Adam Cox, Lori's brother, said earlier in the morning, same thing. Nobody notified them. They almost had to learn through Google. Right? I mean, they had to Google and find out what happened.
To confirm the information.
Yeah. So clearly that Lori and, as we know, Chad and that inner circle and Alex wanted to kind of keep this under wraps. And what a horrific way, not only to learn that your brother had been shot and killed, but then what I think stuck out to the chat was the remains and how Kay received her brother's remains.
Through FedEx.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
So he's been shot twice. Lori Vallow gets him cremated, sends him through FedEx to Kay Woodcock's office in Louisiana, and that's it. So after the autopsy, everything's done, and then the life insurance change as well, and how she reacts to the life insurance change. We'll get to that in a little bit. You guys have some great questions in the chat. Okay, Lauren Clark with Fox 10 News outside the Maricopa County Superior Courthouse. Lauren, you were just there talking to Colby Ryan. A long day in court. What a day. Emotional testimony by Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister. What are your thoughts? What did Colby have to say?
Yeah, Justin, we just wrapped up speaking to him within about 15 minutes or so, and he didn't have too much time to speak with us. However, he did say he was very proud of Kay getting up there and testifying, and also he just described seeing his mom in the position of being her own defendant in this case, just very confusing and just so much to process with everything he has been through in the past 6 years or so. And today, as you were probably mentioning throughout here on your podcast, what a big day in court, Justin. I mean, we heard of so many people right there on the stands, very key players speaking too. We also had quite a bit of some fireworks in some situations too during Lori's cross-examinations.
Yeah, exactly. Totally a family affair today with Adam Cox testifying against his own sister in that cross-examination, and then bringing the former sister-in-law and obviously Charles Vallow's sister there. And imagine Colby Ryan sitting there and watching now, for the second time, his mother standing trial, but this time representing herself. And he's got to be thinking, how did we get here? And looking at his face, I want to say that he seems like he's at peace and he's healed somewhat and recovered. I know he has a podcast now, and that's sort of his avenue too for closure. But wow, to come out of that, he's probably just taking this all in right now.
Absolutely. You could definitely see on his face of processing. I think that would be the best word to describe everything. A lot of trauma to go through in a matter of a few years, a lot to try to wrap your mind around, especially when you've seen your mom in this position before, and now she's the one asking your uncle these questions on cross-examination and trying to defend herself in this odd position. So it's a lot for him, and you could definitely see that on his face this afternoon.
And your thoughts, Kay Woodcock being the last civilian witness, bringing it home, saying to the same question Lori's asked on cross-exam, did you personally see me conspire with my brother to kill my husband? And she says, no, I didn't, but the evidence.
Yeah, she did. You know, what a way to end for the prosecution. I'm sure Trina Kay was secretly smiling to herself when she heard Kay utter those last lines there. A really strong way for them to certainly end up on day 4. And they had a lot of witnesses today. As you mentioned, a family affair, a lot of strong witnesses for the prosecution, too. So tomorrow should also, well, we don't have court tomorrow, but Monday, rather, should certainly be another interesting day.
Yeah, the jury gets to sit on this for the weekend and chew on that going into Monday. I really thought that the prosecution might sort of run the timeout and keep Kay on the stand and make Lori wait until Monday, but Lori really didn't give us anything with just 3 questions in cross-examination. Lauren, I know you're going to be reporting for our 5 p.m. newscast, so thank you so much for hustling over there to get Colby's takes, his comments, and giving us some time, so I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Justin.
Okay. Yeah, what a way to end it this week. I've said that again. And then someone mentioned in the comments, I mean, did we hear that the mentioning of JJ by Kay is past tense? And with Lori, when she brings up family members, she has to make sure that she tries to keep things present tense. They do not know what happened to JJ.
Right. At least in this
That's
trial,
fascinating.
yes. It is fascinating.
And it's so tragic because JJ's been dead since 2019.
Well, and as you guys have probably watched the last couple of days, the jury has the opportunity to ask questions. And I'm kind of surprised even after this that they didn't ask the question. So does that mean that the jury kind of knows what happened and they know that it's not allowed to be brought up? We don't know exactly what's going through their head, but it is the elephant in the room in all of this, I think.
Okay. With that said, I know that Lauren just came out from court and got that interview. So, Robert, let's listen to Bite 16 and listen to Colby Ryan's comments.
Thoughts about today?
Just confusing. I think for me, it's validating just because of how I grew up. But it's hard to watch her talk the way that she talks to other people. So it's hard. Just hard in general.
Can I ask you one other? What was it like to see, Kay up on the stand? I know it was emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, was that hard to watch as well and hear?
Yeah, to watch someone that you care about get in that position and hear and have to relive their trauma in front of everybody while answering questions and realizes that this is a reality, is really hard.
Acting as her own defense, how is that to watch as well? I know you've been watching along and taking people along on your YouTube as well.
Mm-hmm. That's just been the biggest point, is to give myself a platform to talk about my emotions, things I'm experiencing, and hoping that reaches other people and helps them. So appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you see it, Colby Ryan walking just moments ago, walking out of court and, goes home to his family. And after such a day, it's very clear he has not been on the side of his mother's for a long time. He had to testify against his mother in her first trial in Idaho.
And we talked about Summer and that whole interview that played out in that trial in Idaho. Same thing with Colby. We saw we heard the call. Again, a lot of people in her inner circle and her family questioning her about what happened to the children, and her very cold demeanor and their response, almost brushing them off. It's fine, no big deal. This is the way. It's just it. I'm sure even after all these 2-3 years, it still resonates with them. And then being in this trial, having those emotions come back can certainly be a lot.
Yeah, I'm processing all this. We are processing this. I mean, we knew it was going to be big when Kay Woodcock took the stand. And she gives you the whole timeline. She takes you through the marital issues, the money. Charles was the sole provider, and how Lori had basically gone AWOL for nearly 60 days 2 months or so, she had been to Hawaii. She wasn't in Arizona. This is all after Charles pleads to Gilbert police saying she needs help, January 31st, 2019. And then you see the separation. And finally, she comes back. And at the time, Charles is moving to Houston, Texas. Kay's helping him. And then are the phases of what we thought would be reconciliation between Lori and Charles, and then leading up to July 2019, where he was shot and killed. So she was, that's his sister.
Yes.
She's ride or die and there to support him through all of that.
And remember, all of this happened in a relatively short amount of time, right? Like this was early 2019 when Charles has now started to express to Kay that, the marriage is a little rocky. He's not giving too much detail. But when Kay is flying back and forth and coming to help with JJ, there's talks of them moving to Houston and the whole thing. All of this is happening within a matter of 4 or 5 months, right? And then you get to July, then the shooting happens, then things start to kind of tail off. But you can imagine from your own perspective, how short of a time span 5 months is. And I think that, trying to process all of that and learning that your brother had been shot and killed, and you're thinking back, well, he did say there were some marriage problems, but you don't ever
How did it get to this?
Exactly. You don't ever expect marriage problems to result in this. At least I don't think you do. I think most people would agree with that.
And she gets the message, she gets the call from Cole Vallow, that's Charles's son. I've spoken to Charles's sons, and we reported back in 2020 of the text messages. We showed the text messages that Lori sent to her stepsons. She was not giving them any information at all about the shooting. This pattern happened with all of the family members.
Yeah.
Just that is probably the worst part of this, besides all the other things that we haven't even gotten to Idaho. In the timeline, you guys are bouncing around with us. The tragedy of this, the unanswered questions, and then Kay has to be that person for her siblings and her family to get things together, get the funeral together. She gets the cremations in the FedEx package. She's trying to see JJ, wants him to be at the funeral. I know JJ wasn't there, and so JJ's kept with Lori Vallow Daybell, and then she can't get a hold of JJ or Lori, and then they move to Rexburg, Idaho. So much has gone on, and I know that we talked about the cross-examination, but let's listen to it one more time. Kay and Lori, bite 15, Robert.
Ms. Woodcock, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a while.
hear you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Wow. Yeah. That's the quote of the every day we get a just some sort of explosive quote. And Kay, good for Kay standing up there. I mean, who would see Lori Vallow Daybell conspire with Alex? The only person that would see that is Alex, who's not here, and Chad Daybell, who's on death row. right?
Right. Well, first of all, where's Susan Constantine, our body language expert? Just watch Kay through that whole exchange. Very calm,
We
cool,
gotta
but
have her back
the look in her eyes, looking right at Lori the whole time. But Kirk Nermy was on earlier. He said the same thing. That's what I think Lori considers her gotcha moment. That last question, same question she asks of all the witnesses.
And I don't think she was ready for that.
No.
She thinks that's the gotcha question.
Right.
Kay answered like that, and Lori's already, her mindset is, oh, well, that's all I have. And so, really,
And
I
she
mean,
could
how
have
does that look to
objected.
the jury?
Lori could have objected right there to strike that from the record, but she didn't. She said thank you and walked right back to her desk.
Okay, so we're not done, guys. On the line right now, we have Rex Connor, Lori Vallow Daybell's uncle. Rex, thank you for joining us. You were in court today, and you got to see Adam Cox take the stand. This was a family affair today. Rex, first off, thank you for being here. And just what was that like?
That was, I was very anxious about that. I know Adam, I was down. You know what, Lori? Not now.
Hey, Rex, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, your audio's a little, I don't know if it's a service or connection. I can't hear you too well. If you can find a spot, we'll give you a moment. Thank you for calling in, though, of course.
Okay, you bet. I'll look for a better
Oh,
spot.
that's better.
Yes,
That's better.
yeah, I hear you. I hear you better now. Wherever you, that's the sweet spot right now. So go ahead and just tell us your thoughts again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, before I even do, let me go back and thank you, Justin, for covering this from the very beginning. It was a huge relief when Nate Eaton and you starts focusing light on this whole case and bringing it to the public. So thank you very much for that once again.
Thank you.
I think every time I see you or talk to you.
Thank you.
So appreciate it. I was very anxious for Adam. He was, of course, unsure of what would happen. Just, you aren't dealing with a person with a rational mind. It's an evil, deluded mind, so you don't know what's going to come out of her mouth. You don't know if she's got to cross-examine, if she's going to be, like she has been sometimes, rude or catty or what it is. So we were very anxious going into it. I'm so glad Adam did as well as he did.
Adam stayed cool through the entire cross-examination, and I know you talked to him, but just that had to be hard, though. That's his sister who he hasn't seen and spoken to in like 7 years.
Yeah, and he downplayed it a little bit up there, but they were close most of their life. They were pretty tight as siblings, and even in their adult life. So I know they both downplayed that, but that makes it even harder. A person you've known and loved your whole life, and now you're facing in that situation. How awkward is that, and how unsure? But he stayed focused on answering yes, no, and remembering what he was there for. He wasn't there for the Lori sideshow. He was there to make sure that there's justice for Charles.
And he has stayed on the side of Charles through it all. And I know he probably wishes that he could have done more, but I don't know if he would have predicted what happened that day on July 11, 2019. He did text Charles and say they are planning something, speaking about Alex and Lori. I got to ask you, you be in the courtroom and you've seen her in trial before, just do you recognize that person? And here she is acting as her own attorney. I mean, it's got to be baffling.
I appreciate the question. I recognize her, but it's a different her. I recognize who she is today, not the same. I've known her whole life and loved her whole life. It's just a dark, evil person that's there, drawing all of the light that might be around anyone, anywhere, and trying to turn it to herself. And it just makes her more dark, and that will continue, I believe.
Do you have any idea of what it could have been that drove her into this?
Adam and I talk about this a lot, both personally and in our podcast, but I personally, I won't project this on anyone else believing it. I personally believe Lori got there the same way we all do. She's just extreme at it. When we break the speed limit, we tell a story to ourselves and we rationalize it. or at least I do. But we all have a conscience that draws a line and says, okay, we aren't going beyond this. Lori chose to ignore that conscience to get what her natural self wanted and just kept taking that to an extreme. And it's the worst extreme I hope any of us ever experience in our lifetimes.
George?
I do wonder, what is it you've gone through? This is the third trial in this saga. There's one more to come. Does it get easier? Not even easier. I guess the wording would be, do you find it more bearable? Do you find it as we go along, you're able to kind of be in court and process your emotions a little bit better? Because again, we've already gone through 2 heavy trials in this saga, and this would be the third.
I might be able to process my emotions a little better, but I was not prepared for all of the emotions coming with this trial. I thought because I had been through 2, I processed a lot with my wife, my family, my daughters, with Adam and so many other people. I thought I was more prepared, but as this drew closer, I got more emotional, as the stuff started getting dredged up again. I don't think I was prepared for that. And so maybe I can publicly process my emotions a little better, but internally it's just still a cesspool.
And what's it like to see just everyone impacted? I mean, in the courtroom today, not only do you have Adam taking the stand, you have Kay Woodcock just taking the stand earlier as we finish the day. You got Colby Ryan watching his mom face this murder conspiracy case. You're there. Megan Connor has been there throughout this week. You guys obviously have the same last name. That's your niece, right? And just
Correct.
Everyone is intertwined and affected differently, but obviously everyone has been affected by this.
Justin, thank you. I think that clarified the last question for me a little bit in my mind. That's the difference in this trial. I am much more focused on all the collateral damage that Lori's, boy, I'm at a loss for words when I talk about what Lori's done, but all of her selfishness here. She didn't have to put everyone through this, and all those people you named are people that she at one time loved. So for her, because of her selfishness and her evil, to put Colby through this, to put Kay through this, to put her mother and father through this, my sister Janice, her brother and her surviving brother and her other sister, I guess the emotions are a little more disappointment and anger this time than they have been in the other trials, because I'm looking at all the collateral damage. That's not going to end. When these trials get done, the media will move on, as they should. We don't want to dwell on this forever. We've dwelled on it so long anyway. But
You're telling me.
People, and the millions of people that have adopted these victims, Charles and Tylee and JJ and Tammy, that have adopted them emotionally, those scars are going to stay put. I love the name of Colby's podcast, Scar Wars. Those aren't going to go away with the attention or with time.
That's a good point. And through this, I'd like to know how your family has become closer. Everyone has their own avenue and their outlet of how they've been dealing with this, but at one point, people had differing views. People had to have been taking different sides, and now the truth has come out as far as the Idaho case, and now we're getting this case adjudicated here on behalf of Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. Just, you have Janice, her Lori's mother, her sister Summer. So many people impacted. Just where is everyone at now with each other, and how has this brought them closer together? Maybe
we're still a mess. I don't know that it has brought anyone closer together. And I hope families out there, will learn from our situation. It's, again, the collateral damage in the family is so hard. They can make it worse when there's a division in the family that Adam described today in his testimony, where family members discount someone and basically say you're no longer a part of the family. Why? Why do that? That's so damaging. You know, and the family dynamic's going to go on after the trials are all over. So that's something I hope people can learn from this experience as far as trying to draw family members closer in the tragedies in our lives. We all have them. All families are messed up. Our family's messed up even without this tragedy. We have enough things to deal with in the family. But I wish it had brought us closer. And, you know, there are definitely silver linings in our family. You know, the interactions we have, sometimes more sincere interaction. I'm not saying there's none of that, but I don't want people to come away thinking that, okay, a few family members come out in public and talk, and so everything must be good in that family. Boy, aren't they great. No, we're a normal family like everyone, and it's going to be messed up probably the rest of our lives. And you don't get closure through something like the Idaho trials. Not all the truth came out. There's still questions that will never be answered, and that goes to some of the scars and disagreements that are never going to be addressed.
Well, that's true. It's still a long way to go with these next two trials, and this was just week one. Rex, I want to thank you for coming on to talk to us and just share your thoughts. And I know that had to be bizarre today. You've had some experience in the courtroom now watching this unfold, but we appreciate your time.
Okay, well, thank you for having me on.
All right. Rex Connor, Lori Vallow Daybell's uncle. Yeah, we got a lot to process, and we're back at it on Monday morning.
Yep.
As,
new time, by the way, for those that didn't hear, they're starting at 10 a.m. Monday and Tuesday. Yeah.
10 a.m. So that'll be 10:30 streaming for us. 2,000 still watching. You guys have been through it with us this week. We want to thank you guys. So make sure, if you haven't already, subscribe and get your notifications ready, because we'll be back. And even though 10 a.m. is the start time for trial and the stream is at 10:30, I mean, we are making it a point to be on here before, in the middle, through it, and after, to talk to you guys in depth. I've had a lot of people obviously asking me, Justin, where are you? Why aren't you in the courtroom? Are you reporting? It's like, okay, just go to our channel. I am. Like, I would love to be in both places, but this is just the way things are going. And I've covered Lori Vallow Daybell for a long time, seen her expressions, seen how she operates, and been in that courtroom. But I think this is just a way for us to just give this the in-depth coverage that I believe it deserves. I mean, we're right at the finish line.
Sure.
We might as well go all out. So we've got a great team that's been just doing a great job this week as we roll this out. It's a marathon, and we'll be here the whole way. So,
yep, great stuff. We're trying to bring you into the courtroom with us, and really, you know, give this entire thing the coverage it deserves. And again, we'll be back next week.
And it's only going to get better. All right, we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for joining us.